Happy Friday, y'all. Hey, Room Shaker. Hey, Room Shaker. What it do? What it do? Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday. Yeah, we need to talk about what's going on. We be so preoccupied with bull crap, man. Ooh. We be too occupied with the wrong things. And another thing is that we take these white folk for granted. We take that red and Trump for granted. And when I tell you they got all types of tricks and ploys up to put our asses back where we came from, a whole depression. We think we sitting pretty now. Y'all better wake the up. Hey, in my opinion, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? It's time for black people to wake the fuck up. Being preoccupied with stuff that don't have us no greater good. And they stealing. People say, I got a job. I work. For now. But hold on. I'm finna show y'all. Finna feed y'all. They are redistricting to remove all blacks, to remove our civil rights, our voting rights. They're going back to no voting rights for blacks, no support for blacks. Oh yeah, while we up here with all the kiki ha ha, not paying attention, think we in a good position. Shit. They trying to strip all of that and laugh in our face and finna put out another fake virus. Yeah, it's ugly. So because I'm not gonna be here long, I'm gonna go ahead and get in there because I got another live planned for later. But I don't know. I just ain't been feeling it like that. It's just way too much going on and so in our face. So in our face. And we just, I don't know, we just taking it for granted. Maybe thinking that we have civil rights and they are really in our face, putting it out there that they are stripping it. And by the time we wake up, as usual, it'll be too late. It'll be absolutely too late. So let me go ahead and start with a prayer. Because it's ugly out here. And we don't know it. We think we sitting pretty. Hey, Cynthia. Let's get on in there.
Today is Friday, May 8th. Can I pray for you?
Sure.
Dear God, I pray that you are with the person here with me today. God, they can't do this day without you. They can't get through this day without you, Jesus. Apart from you, they are nothing.
Absolutely.
There are some problems they can't face today without your wisdom that your word says is higher than human wisdom, is eternal and unsearchable. There are some people that they can't be around today, if not for your love that is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in love. There's a lot of stress and problems and difficulties that they just can't get through, if not for your peace that surpasses all understanding. Not for your goodness, your grace, your mercy, they would have given up. They would be depressed. They would have no hope. But God, because of you, they are still here today. Because of you, they made it through every hard day that they thought would break them. Because of you, God, they survived the nights that they cried in silence, the moments that they felt weak, the moments that they didn't know what to do next. Your word says in Lamentations 3:22 and 23 that because of your mercies we are not consumed, for your compassions never fail. They are new every morning. God, remind them today they are not alone. Even when people fail them, even when life disappoints them, even when doors close and plans don't work out the way they expected, you were still faithful. Your word says in Hebrews 13:5 that you will never leave them nor forsake them. God, walk beside them today. Go
Yes,
before
Lord.
them into every meeting, every conversation, every room, every challenge, every burden that they carry. Be there, right there with them, God. And when anxiety tries to take over their mind, remind them of Philippians 4:6 and 7, that they should be anxious for nothing, but in everything, by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, make their requests known to you, God, and that your peace, which surpasses all understanding, will guard their heart and their mind in Christ Jesus. God, strengthen them today. Your word says in Isaiah 40:31 that those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and not faint. So when they feel tired, be their strength. When they feel discouraged, be their encouragement. When they feel uncertain, be their confidence, God. God, I pray that you protect their mind from negativity, from hopelessness, protect their heart from bitterness, protect their spirit from fear. Your word says in 2 Timothy chapter 1:7 that you have not given them a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. God, help them to remember that no battle they face is bigger than you. No diagnosis, no financial stress, no heartbreak, no disappointment, no setback is greater than your power. Jeremiah 32:27 says, I am the Lord, the God of all mankind. Is anything too hard for me? Let them feel your presence today in a real way. Let them feel peace in the middle of chaos. Let them feel joy even if life is not perfect. Let them feel comfort knowing that you are already working things out for their good. Romans 8:28 says that all things work together for the good of those who love God and who are called according to his purpose.
Yes.
God, I pray that today they walk with confidence, knowing that they are loved by you, chosen by you, protected by you, and seen by you. And even if nobody understands them fully, you do. Even if nobody else notices their pain, you do, God. Even if nobody else appreciates all that they carry, you do. God, give them grace for today, daily bread for today, strength for today, wisdom for today, peace for today. And when this day is over, I pray they will look back and say, God carried me through.
Yes.
God, I thank you for all that you have done, all you're doing, and all that you are about to do in their life. I pray all these things in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus. Amen. Have a blessed Friday.
A very, very blessed Friday. Are y'all ready to get in and understand what's going on? I it's just mind blowing. It is mind blowing because some of the things I'm noticing, some of the things that we talked about months and months and months ago that got no play. No play. It's resurfacing. And I'm like, well, where were y'all then? Huh? And when things are ugly and we would have already talked about it, then comes across like it's brand new. That blows my mind. Let me see this one first. Hold on.
Taught us with clarity. There are moments when you witness a moment in history that makes you want to speak in unknown tongues.
Oh, yes, Lord. Voter
When I heard
suppression.
about the Supreme Court of the United States had hollowed out, essentially destroyed the Voting Rights Act, I wanted to speak in unknown tongues. Court of the United States had hollowed out, essentially destroyed the Voting Rights Act.
Hollowed out. I need for the few of you are in here to understand that they have hollowed out. So, and it's, I can get real technical because this new generation, they have no respect for the sacrifice of some of the luxuries that we have. They don't know nothing about the struggle, don't have no respect for the struggle. And they're about to feel it once it's taken away. And they don't even know it. They rather sit on YouTube, argue, fuss and fight, create these narratives, calling police on black people. I don't give a, oh Lord, let me stop. Didn't we just pray? Oh my God. It's just trifling to me. It's just absolutely trifling. And now you and your kids, your grandkids are about to, if God don't step in, half of y'all don't even believe in God. I'm beginning to some of these skits and plays and stuff is designed because y'all don't believe in God. And y'all don't want people to know the truth because you don't care. But let him, I mean, it's sad. It's sickening to me. It's sickening. I was not coming live. I was not planning on going live. But I'm seeing what's going on, and somebody got to tell you.
There are moments when you witness a moment in history that makes you want to speak in unknown tongues. When I heard about the Supreme Court of the United States had hollowed out, essentially destroyed the Voting Rights Act, I wanted to speak
Of who?
in unknown tongues.
Reverend Mouse, of who? The hollowed out the voting rights for who, sir? Supreme Court. For 60 decades. Gone. They fear us. And we don't even know our power. Because we too busy lollygagging on shit that don't even matter.
Rights Act, I wanted to speak in unknown tongues. But today, I will simply speak the way that our God and our ancestors taught us, with clarity
Hey, Janet.
and with conviction. We as a people have only been citizens in this nation since 1965. We have been fighting for freedom since 1619, but the civil and human rights movement in this country, beginning in 1865, even after the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
Y'all, what have I been telling y'all making America great again is about? How long have I been preaching that? That making America great again is about what? They've been stealing, whitewashing, and because of the Epstein files, Charlie Kirk's public assassination have brought more clarity to the lies than ever in my lifetime. But I've been telling y'all that making America great again is about taking their power back, putting us back into what? I said that they started with the Hispanics, with the wall and the immigration and grabbing folk, putting them, locking them up, da 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 da. And what did I say? After they finished with them, where they coming? What I say? After they finished with them, who y'all think they coming after next? And now they are abolishing our rights to vote, to keep them stealing and illing, sacrificing, poisoning everything. Bill Gates already have, I mean, baby, I guess they was getting close because they done unleashed a whole nother virus, so they say. So they say. All I'm going to say to you guys, I say it all the time, detox. Whatever they put in that spike protein out your body. They have agendas, dates and stuff planned, years planned. 2022, 2026, 2030, all of that. They already got it planned. Okay.
We were not full citizens in this nation. America, led by the children of the Confederacy, promoted a judicial philosophy called states' rights to marginalize the power of people of African descent. It was in 1965 when the Voting Rights Act that black people from Maine to Mississippi, California to North Carolina were protected and granted full citizenship.
So are we not gonna be protected anymore? Yeah, they fear us. And this piece of, I don't know, man. I don't know. They want us to shut up and take it. They want us to shut up and take it. And before it's over, they're gonna make them disappear too. Well, we know you in the Epstein files. They said we have too much power. Yeah.
Court this past week on Wednesday in a 6-3 granted full citizenship. Supreme Court this past week on Wednesday in a 6-3 vote. Decision to hollow out, that spat upon, and destroy the Voting Rights Act, giving all states the ability to gerrymander congressional districts in order to dilute the black vote. Louisiana.
In order to dilute who? In order to dilute who votes? Okay.
To dilute the black vote. Louisiana had created 2 black congressional districts. Since Louisiana is 33% African American, these 2 congressional districts would essentially represent 33% of the Louisiana electorate. The Supreme Court under Chief Justice Roberts made the claim the Voting Rights Act was no longer needed since in 2008 and 2012, the racial...
We know who he is. This Trump boy. They say he may be, allegedly, in the Epstein files. Allegedly. Anybody who is threatened or targeted by the Epstein files, knowing that they're in there, they have to do what Donald Trump wants them to do, because he's told you he gonna take all of y'all down with him. Let's be clear.
Represent 33%
like and share.
of the Louisiana electorate.
Y'all need to be sharing.
The Supreme Court under Chief Justice Roberts made the claim the Voting Rights Act was no longer needed.
No longer needed.
Since in 2008 and 2012, the racial turnout gap in voting was nearly 0. 2008.
What? So he putting us on us. He doing us on us. He's saying, oh yeah, they not coming out no way. Yeah, what at some good people who talking about our vote don't count. How in the fuck can y'all say our vote don't count and they're doing everything they can to suppress it? I don't give a fuck about people who talking about, nah, it don't matter long as the lobbyists. What? What? Why would they be going to these extremes if it did not count? Shit like that pisses me off, because it be us who spread that bullshit. And you ain't been through a motherfucking struggle. You ain't sacrificed a motherfucking thing. But have the nerve to push that bullshit. Who the fuck do you think you are? Black people who push that shit. Now, if it ain't you, let it fly. But if you know that you are who I'm talking about, let that shit hit you in your motherfucking face. It's people like you. It's people like you, black people like you. And if you don't like it, I don't care. Block me. Don't bring up my name or Laquita. You don't have the right to bring up my name. Shut the fuck up. And I mean everything I'm saying. Because I've heard people say it out of their mouth. Push that crap. They depend on people like you. You are our worst enemies. You think you know everything. You think you're the smartest. And you looking dumb right now because they're going through all of these extremes to suppress the black vote. We matter. You may not matter, but we matter. I'm pissed off right now at the black people who run that bull crap and spread that fake ass propaganda. Yeah, get on out. Get your ass on out.
In 2012, a particular individual from Chicago had run for president in those years. And there was an anomaly in terms of the high.
Now I want y'all to hear again where Robert said black folk don't vote no way. So why do we need to have this right? We gave it to them and they don't use it. They don't respect their own ancestor struggle. That's what he's saying, y'all. Do y'all not understand that? Mm-hmm. Do y'all not understand that? They putting us in our own face. And again, if I offend you, leave. Because I'm not here to play with you on this one.
But essentially represent 33% of the Louisiana electorate. The Supreme Court under Chief Justice Roberts made the claim the Voting Rights Act was no longer needed since in 2008 and 2012, the racial turnout gap in voting was nearly zero. 2008 and 2012. A particular individual from Chicago had run for president in those years. And there was an anomaly in terms of the high level of African American turnout. Let me translate. Since there was a black president, is what they were saying, all racism is now over.
Wow.
There is no need for pre-clearance. Pre-clearance was a part of the Voting Rights Act, where any southern state that had a history of diluting the black vote had to submit any changes to the Department of Justice to make sure they were not doing.
The Department of Justice. Here, see, this is what all of this, ID, this ID, that ID, no mail-in votes, none of this. This is a setup. And now they done created this virus that's gonna scare people from going outside and voting. And you can't mail it in. All they need is an excuse to sit their lazy asses at home and not vote. So now they got this big old. Here it comes. It went out. And it exposed it right when school was getting out. So they don't have to stop the schools. They don't have to do all of that like they did before. Yeah, they done made the groceries high. They done, all of this stuff to throw us off and to not go out and vote. I'm gonna say vote early. I agree. Vote early. Vote early. And I don't care what nobody say. Your vote matters. Whatever you had, whatever whitewashed lie you have been carrying and spreading, let that shit go. Get out and vote anyway. Let's see if it counts. Obviously, it counts this time. They've done such a up job that it's gonna count. So vote early. Vote early. Vote early.
There is no need for pre-clearance. Pre-clearance is a part of the Voting Rights Act, where any southern state that had a history of diluting the black vote had to submit any changes to the Department of Justice to make sure they were not doing anything nefarious. Part of the Voting Rights Act, where any southern state that had a history of diluting the black vote had to submit any changes to the Department of Justice to make sure they were not doing anything nefarious. This week, they hollowed out Section 2. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act protects people from actions that make it harder to vote. Long lines, limited polling places, voter ID, etc., etc., etc. The Voting Rights Act is the single most effective piece of legislation in American history. Before the Voting Rights Act, there were only 6 black congressional representatives. Today, because of the Voting Rights Act, there are 67 black representatives in this nation. There are 54 Latino representatives in this nation, and there are 154 women in the legislature, in Congress, because of the Voting Rights Act. The Act made it possible by being a watchdog to ensure political parties do not and cannot pass laws to prevent black and brown and women from being elected to Congress. Look, since we're on the South Side, let me add some mild sauce on my next statements here. The Supreme Court of the United States, for most of its history, has been wrong in relationship to black people. From 1789, when the Supreme Court was instituted,
Has been
throughout
what?
the entire since we're on the South Side, let me add some mild sauce on my next statements. The Supreme Court of the United States, for most of its history, has been wrong in relationship to black people. From 1789, when the Supreme Court was instituted, throughout the entire 1800s, every case that they had that dealt with people of African descent was morally wrong. And much of the 20th century, whether you are talking about the Chinese Exclusion Act or other pieces of legislation, the Supreme Court, in reference to us, has been wrong most of the time. It has been wrong for much of the 21st century. But let me say this. The grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the Confederacy are seeking to make America Confederate again. Our ancestors, after monumental gains during Reconstruction, watched as the Supreme Court of the United States supported Jim Crow laws and domestic terror, all under the idea of...
Now, y'all don't want to hear this, but I don't know what y'all think ICE is. I don't know what the hell y'all think ICE is. Huh? Huh? I don't know what the hell you think ICE is. Y'all see they want ICE to be covered up at the polling places. I don't know what the fuck y'all think ICE is. But carry on. Carry on. And for the ones who say, I don't care, they don't have nothing to do with me, it's going to hit y'all even worse. You don't give a shit about your family, your kids, nobody. If you black and you say that shit don't affect you, you're a lie. You're a lie. And you going to feel it.
During Reconstruction, watched as the Supreme Court of the United States supported Jim Crow laws and domestic terror, all under the idea of states' rights. From 1877 to 1965, we fought as a people to regain what was taken from us in 1877. And now the ghosts of Confederacy are back. But we, as the people of God, have seen this moral malfeasance, white supremacist logic, and Confederate mythology before. We have seen this before. We have gone from the springtime of hope, the words of my father, when he witnessed the Voting Rights Act in 1965, said, we have come into the springtime. He said to me last night, Otis, we now enter the winter of despair in 2026. But he continued on. As I spoke with him, he said,
how you gonna tell somebody not to vote?
Hope. He said, I say this to you, son. We serve a righteous God, calling our people to be faithful in the midst of this. Listen to the wisdom of our ancestors that tell us not to give up. He said, when we were in the winter of our despair, facing the dogs, dealing with Bull Connor, he said, Otis, do you know that even though we were in the midst of domestic terror, we were singing songs. We sang trouble
don't last always. Oh.
Then my father said this, and I said, Dad, I'm telling everybody in church what you just said. He said, we were singing songs like trouble don't last always. He said, Otis, I think you can spell trouble differently today. T-R-U-M-P.
Ah! My
Don't
God.
last.
Always.
Always.
Oh, Lord, I needed this message.
He said, we were singing songs like trouble don't last.
Oh, I needed this message.
We sang trouble don't last always. And then my father said this, and I said, Dad, I'm telling everybody in church what you just said. He said, we were singing songs like trouble don't last always. He said, Otis, I think you can spell trouble differently today. T-R-U-M-P. Don't last.
Always.
Always. The black church is organizing. And I'm not talking about churches that just have some black people in them. I'm speaking about those who are part of the tradition of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Martin Luther King, Baynard Rustin, Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm talking about 400. I think you can spell trouble differently today. T-R-U-M-P.
Y'all, what does that mean to y'all? How can somebody say that, they don't care nothing about that? They ain't worried about that. They still saying, I know my rights. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Just to hear people say, I know my rights. What rights? You're not even fighting for your rights. What rights do you think you still have? Your rights are disappearing before your very eyes. And you still want to campaign for Trump. That ain't trolling. You get on here and you say, no, that ain't trolling. That's foolishness. That is foolishness. It's just disrespectful to your ancestors. It's like you floating on entitlement, like you entitled, like these rights, them my rights. No, that's your ancestors' rights. When you don't do anything about it and you sit up here and parlay and kiki ha ha with people who are trying to take your rights from you. You're taking it for granted that it's gonna always be there. And every time you turn around, they are pulling it from you and you don't even see it. You don't even think it matters. Okay.
Don't last always. Then my father said this, and I said, Dad, I'm telling everybody in church what you just said. He said, we were singing songs like Trouble Don't Last Always. He said, Otis, I think you can spell trouble differently today. T-R-U-M-P. Don't last always. The black church is organizing. And I'm not talking about churches that just have some black people in them. I'm speaking about those who are part of the tradition of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Martin Luther King, Baynard Rustin, Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm talking about 400 West 95th Street. If I may quote Tracy Blackman, faith-based coalitions such as Faith United to Save Democracy already have an initiative to recruit faith leaders across religious traditions as poll chaplains and watchers. Our own Operation Push will provide legal and literacy lessons to let you know what are your rights when you come to the polls. Networks like Black Voters Matter, Higher Heights, Win with Black Women, Black Church Freedom Fund, and Faith in Action are galvanizing and registering people to vote. We will register to people to vote at a higher level this term, unlike we've ever seen. Here at Trinity United Church of Christ, at our annual meeting, we voted unanimously as a church that we shall be committed to fighting for and protecting the rights of all to vote in these yet to be United States of America. We are part of a movement. We are part of a resistance. And so I leave with this: lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven rings. Ring with the harmony. We are part of a movement. We are part of a resistance. And so I leave with this: lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun.
Yes.
Let us march on, march on, march on,
till victory.
March on,
yes,
till victory is
won.
And that's my 5 minutes. Peace.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What's my next one? What's my lineup? 5 hours ago. Oh, yeah. Get out and vote. Vote early. Get out and vote. Vote early.
If you want to push it out and like really get it out there, make sure you film. a 13.
You must be the new analyst. Yeah.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Let's talk about what took place yesterday in Tennessee, the state legislature, erasing representation for black Americans, black Tennesseans.
The erasing.
At the behest of, at the direction of, with the permission of the United States Supreme Court, who virtually just gutted the Voting Rights Act with their recent ruling surrounding Louisiana.
Oh,
White
Florida.
supremacy is alive and well in the United States of America. Has always been. We had a brief respite where it looked like we may have vanquished it, or at least done some damage, but with the election of Donald Trump in 2016, him taking office in 2017, his first term, and now his second term, feeling emboldened by his handcrafted white supremacist Supreme Court, they are back at it again. And I want to show you the damage. For those of you out there, probably not a lot watching me out there, people who chose not to vote for Hillary Clinton because of whatever reason,
She was female.
either sitting out of the race or, even worse, voting for Donald Trump. This is what we have been brought. This is what that decision brought us, is a wildly white supremacist court that is absolutely political in nature. John Roberts out there whining and complaining about people who view the court as political or that they are political actors when there is no ethics rules. They're taking lavish vacations worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on from the checkbook of billionaires who want this type of thing done. So Republican rule can be the only rule there is. In 2024, before yesterday, this is what Tennessee looked like. All red, except for Memphis, Tennessee. And that wasn't enough. That was too much representation for the black citizens of that district. Too much. So they turned it into this. They made the corners of 3 red MAGA districts cut into Memphis to erase
Hey, Miss Tom.
the ability of black people from Memphis to choose who represents them, to take part in the franchise, to participate in self-governance. All because the Supreme Court, the racists on the Supreme Court, the Trump bootlickers on the Supreme Court, the Samalitos, the Roberts, the Clarence Thomas, and listen, if you don't think that a black man...
Sally Rustin, if you don't like what I'm saying, get out. I'm not gonna play with you. I have zero tolerance for that manipulation stuff. Get out. Shut up or get out. It's just that simple. Don't type. Don't tell me to stop talking about shit. The fuck you think you are? Do you know where you are? Sally Rust. You know what? Baby. The devil Rustin, you're a lie, and the truth ain't in you. Jesus is coming, but you're not finna say stop saying nothing. This is my platform. I want my people to know. You don't want them to know. You want them to continue to go along with the whitewash. God says seek knowledge and wisdom. The devil is upon us. And they need to get up off their asses and stop being contrary. So you better shut up. It must not have been your ancestors. Hell you mean?
Supremacist, I just would have you turn your attention, Roberts, the Clarence Thomas, and listen, if you don't think that a black man can be a white supremacist, I just would have you turn your attention to what he does, what he believes, how he acts.
He is a Zionist. He's a black Zionist who is involved. He's in the Epstein files. playing with somebody, a minor, a baby, at church.
You turn your attention to what he does, what he believes, how he acts, who his wife is.
He's been
Julie
compromised.
Thomas, the insurrectionist herself.
Absolutely.
I'm going to play a short Instagram video from Garrison Hayes, proud to call Garrison a friend, who really nailed it with this. Going through, it's very great, it's an Instagram reel, so it's not super long, but
Y'all, listen. I suggest if y'all see them in the comments with that stupid shit, say what you gotta say to them. Let them hear what you gotta say, and then remove them. I'm just not in that type of mood. I need for y'all to like, share, subscribe, support my platform. Say what you gotta say. Get your shit off, and then don't let me see it, cause I ain't in that type of mood. So I'm going to rely on y'all to get it off and then get them out. Miss Tom said, you got it. And I ain't eight. Y'all better get them.
this is what we're contending with. And then,
Woo.
the insurrectionist herself.
But hit the like button.
Instagram video from Garrison Hayes, proud to call Garrison a friend, who really nailed it with this. Going through, it's very great, it's an Instagram reel, so it's not super long, but this is what we're contending with. And then I'm going to play for you a brief moment from a longer speech on the floor of the Tennessee Assembly.
Oh, it went down in Tennessee yesterday, baby. That representative Tennessee brother went to jail. He was all in their face, almost spitting in folks' face like, yeah, what? Now do what? I mean, he got really gank with it. Yeah. The fight is on, I guess he's saying.
Assembly from Justin Pearson, who calls this what it is. And this is the lesson here. So irritating. So mind-numbingly evil, this move. We need to start calling this what it is. This is not just politics as usual. I mean, maybe as usual compared to the history of the United States, but this is white supremacy in action.
Absolutely.
This is taking us back to the time of Jim Crow,
where what? I've been trying to... Y'all, please be honest. Haven't I been telling y'all this is where it's going? Oh my God. Folk call me an old lady, but I am so very wise. I try to forewarn you. Ooh, let me stop.
Separate and different qualifications and restrictions were placed on black people, setting the bar higher for them to attain full citizenship. And if you can't vote, you're not a full citizen in this country. Watch this from Garrison Hayes, and we'll move on to Justin Pearson.
Did you ever wonder why black people willingly went through hell during the civil rights movement? House bombed, beaten in the streets, assassinations. Well, I can promise you it wasn't because we wanted to ride white folks' buses. And it certainly wasn't because we wanted to eat at white folks' restaurants. It was because we wanted them to stop playing games with our vote. And so long as they could treat us like second-class citizens in one place, they could treat us like second-class citizens in any place, including the voting. They created poll taxes and grandfather clauses and literacy tests to stop us from voting. But as times changed, they realized there was a flaw in their system. What happens when educated Negroes can read your literacy test? What happens when working Negroes can save their money or pool their money to pay your little poll tax? Well, the bigots were only left with two options. Violent intimidation, which was becoming less and less socially acceptable, or something more sinister. You let black folks vote, but you dilute their political power. You draw districts in a way that makes it impossible for black folks to choose the leaders they want without ever having to talk about race explicitly. That's what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act went after, the cowardly, race-neutral way in which white people would keep black folks out of power. And the Supreme Court just took us right back to that time. They just recreated the exact conditions under which our ancestors marched and protested and boycotted and disobeyed and demanded change. The question is not if, but when we will do the same.
Beaten,
Do not buy Black Girl Vitamins collagen powder.
Sprayed
If you don't want these side effects.
down, dogs
Number one,
biting.
your hair is growing like crazy, thicker, shinier.
They've always been afraid of us. We've always been powerful. They came from us. We didn't come from them.
Look, everything in that's correct, historically accurate, and it should communicate to you the impact that this is going to have on black folks, on black Americans, black citizens of this country, who are afforded equal protection under the Constitution in the 14th Amendment. I don't need to tell black people that they know. This isn't a message or a video for black people. This is for white people who live in white enclaves of the United States, who live in places like where I grew up in northern Idaho. Not a black person in sight. I lived in one of the whitest towns in one of the whitest states in the United States. It's people that I grew up with who need this as education, who think of the civil rights era as like a footnote, who don't understand that people really fought and died to bring about equal protection under the law, the actual adherence to the United States Constitutions and the principles that we contend that we abide by. Justin Pearson did what we all need to do in this moment. Justin Pearson is a Tennessee member of the state House of Representatives. And Justin Pearson called this what it is.
Call it what it is.
Who don't understand that people really fought and died
Absolutely.
to bring about up with, who need this as education, who think of the civil rights era as like a footnote, who don't understand that people really fought and died to bring about equal protection under the law, the actual adherence to the United States Constitutions and the principles that we contend that we abide by. Justin Pearson did what we all need to do in this moment. Justin Pearson is a Tennessee member of the state House of Representatives. And Justin Pearson called this what it is, called the person who is at the tip of the spear on this what he is. This is about racism. This is about white supremacy. This
Absolutely.
is about the subjugation of black American citizens. Watch this.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party have refused to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Calais decision that you all are basing your decisions off of, that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. What is happening here is immoral and wrong.
Call this what it is, call him what he is. This is white supremacy. The Republican Party, as I've said dozens if not hundreds of times, The Republican Party is the most effective and powerful white supremacy organization on the planet. And if this doesn't spell it out for you...
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? I just want to know, are you listening? Do y'all see this with your good eye? Huh? Can you see this with your good eye? Yeah. Like, look at that thick, pretty eyebrow, thick eyebrow. Can you see it with your good eye? What's happening right before our eyes? Huh? Yeah. Do you see this? No misunderstandings about what it is that we see and what we hear with our good ear. Yeah. Yeah. I want to back it up. I want y'all to see the struggle that people have taken for granted.
Okay, so I heard these new gummies can knock you out.
Taken
within about
for
an hour,
granted.
So we're gonna test it. We're watching Stranger Things right now, so let's.
And if you can't vote, you're not a full citizen in this country. Watch this from Garrison Hayes, then we'll move on to Justin Pearson.
Did you ever wonder why black people willingly went through hell during the civil rights movement? House bombed, beaten in the streets, assassinations. Well, I can promise you it wasn't because we wanted to ride white folks' buses. And it certainly wasn't because we wanted to eat at white folks' restaurants. It was because we wanted them to stop playing games with our vote. And so long as they could treat us like second-class citizens in one place, they could treat us like second-class citizens in any place, including
You're
the
right,
voting. They
Khalifa.
created poll taxes,
But now it's
grandfather
moving.
clauses,
But
and
see, but
literacy
the
tests to
difference
stop
now, but now it's moving. It's moving forward. It's moving and further pushing us back. See, before it was just talk, yeah, we could see it, but it didn't measure up to anything. It wasn't fully affecting us, so we thought. I saw it. A lot of people didn't. A lot of black, But now it's moving. It's making some move. That's why I be saying, by the time y'all wake up, it'll be too late. It'll be too late. It will be too late.
us from voting. But as times change, they realized there was a flaw in their system. What happens when educated Negroes can read your literacy tests? What happens when working Negroes can save their money or pool their money to pay your little poll tax? Well, the bigots were only left with two options. Violent intimidation, which was becoming less and less socially acceptable, or something more sinister. You let black folks vote, but you dilute their political power. You draw districts in a way that makes it impossible for black folks to choose the leaders they want without ever having to talk about race explicitly. That's what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act went after, the cowardly, race-neutral way in which white people would keep black folks out of power.
Oh, bless your
And the Supreme Court just
heart.
took us right back to that
You said
time.
the
They just recreated
doctors-
the exact conditions under which
The doctors took my eyesight and made you blind, but I hear it with my two good ears. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
our ancestors marched and protested and boycotted and disobeyed and demanded change. The question is not if, but when we will do the same.
Look, everything in that's correct, historically accurate, and it should communicate to you the impact that this is going to have on black folks, on black Americans, black citizens of this country, who are afforded equal protection under the Constitution in the 14th Amendment.
They say it's too much.
I don't need to tell black people that they know. This isn't a message or video for black people. This is for white people who live in white enclaves of the United States, who live in places like where I grew up in northern Idaho. Not a black person in sight. I lived in one of the whitest towns in one of the whitest states in the United States. It's people that I grew up with who need this as education, who think of the civil rights era as like a footnote, who don't understand that people really fought and died to bring about equal protection under the law, the actual adherence to the United States Constitution, and the fought and died to bring about equal protection under the law. The act died to bring about equal protection under the law. They really fought and died to bring about equal protection under the law, the actual adherence to the United States Constitution and the principles that we contend that we abide by. Justin Pearson did what we all need to do in this moment. Justin Pearson is a Tennessee member of the state House of Representatives. And Justin Pearson called this what it is, called the person who is at the tip of the spear on this what he is. This is about racism. This is about white supremacy. This is about the subjugation of Black America.
Dave, if you know what you're saying is going to be racist and disrespectful, get out. Why you have to keep retracting your message? Because you're saying something that you probably shouldn't say. Don't block him yet. Let's see what he gonna say. Let's see. Why you have to keep retracting your message? Because it's out of line and it's out of order? Say something. That's what I thought. Get your ass up out of here. You thought somebody was going to be able to see it for the long haul. Wrong answer.
Citizens. Watch this.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only Black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority Black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats.
Gotta steal. Dave and them gotta steal.
The pain, the suffering, and the struggling.
Intimidated about the 50 Shades of Brown.
About attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial
y'all see this
and white supremacy in the
and
state
hear
of
this?
Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Calais decision that you all are basing your decisions off of, that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. What is happening here
Call him out.
is immoral and wrong.
Call this what it is. Call him what he is. This is white supremacy. The Republican Party, as I've said dozens, if not hundreds of times, the Republican Party is the most effective and powerful white supremacy organization on the planet. And if this doesn't spell it out for you, then I don't know what is. This was too much power. He is. This is white supremacy. The Republican Party, as I've said dozens, if not hundreds of times, the Republican Party is the most effective and powerful white supremacy organization on the planet. And if this doesn't spell it out for you, then I don't know what is. This was too much power.
That little blue. Oh my God. That little blue right here was too much power. This is why I say don't let nobody tell you your vote don't count. This little blue right here was forceful, powerful, meant a lot to them. They had to steal it. He had to steal it. Him right there. Diaper Don. Diaper Don had to steal it. And y'all gonna feel for a whole a rude awakening in a minute, baby. They started it. We joined them. And guess what's happening now?
For black people, according to Republicans in this Republican Party.
Too much power.
For black people, according to Republicans. Then I don't know what is. This was too much power for black people, according to.
How do we justify that? That clown came, Donkey Dave came in here and made that comment because this much blue, it was too powerful. Y'all see that? Do y'all still with me?
Was too much power for black people, according to Republicans in this Republican Party. In this mid-census redistricting effort. Too much. They're afraid.
We threatening y'all.
They are afraid.
They're afraid of
black activism.
Black power.
They're afraid of black power. They are afraid.
Oh! We can't understand or justify. You can't. That little piece of power was too much power for Diaper Don.
They're afraid of black power. They are afraid.
Oh my God, they are. Oh my God. We need more activists. In my opinion. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Redistricting effort. Too much. They're afraid of black power. They are afraid of black activism. Frightened beyond frightened.
Intimidated.
Listen, there are things we can do here. This isn't just, throw up our hands. What are we going to do? We need to elect Democrats in the midterms. We need to elect a Democrat in the general election in 2028. We need to pack the court.
Yes.
Make it a 13-seat
You
court,
right,
15-seat court, a 21-seat court. Pack it with actual Americans who understand the Constitution, who are not political activists. We need to reverse the damage that's been done. We need to completely, fundamentally restructure the role of the Supreme Court of the United States, which is under the...
And again, I say, and I don't, y'all support my platform. Hit the like button. Get my likes up. If they are getting donations, from Israel, don't vote for them. I don't care what color they are. They do not have our best interests at heart. That means that they're going to continue to take over, steal, ill, and destroy. Don't vote for them. If we know that this is about principalities and high places and this is spiritual warfare, then don't vote for he or she who takes funds from the enemy. It's just that simple. I don't know how else to say it. If they are taking money from the enemy, that means you're taking money from the devil. Why would a Christian vote for somebody who takes money from the devil? I hope you caught that.
Of the Congress. The Constitution gives Congress the power to organize the courts up to and including the Supreme Court. These are things we can do immediately. This doesn't take a constitutional amendment to do so. We need to create and enforce ethics rules for the Supreme Court, which doesn't have ethics rules right now. They don't have a set of guidelines and actual set-in-stone rules that they must follow relative to accepting lavish hundreds of thousands of dollars vacations on super yachts of billionaires. The regular judiciary does. The regular court does. The federal bench, they do, but not the Supreme Court. They're too mighty and powerful and untouchable to follow any ethics rules. I mean, I would take it a step further. I think we need to impeach.
Can I ask you a question?
Should have already been. Should have never made it there.
$5,200, $200, I think. Like 350.
Thomas and Alito, at the very least, impeach, convict, remove them from office, replace them once we have Democrats in control. And we need to expand the House of Representatives while we're at it. I had Matt Beat, Mr. Beat of YouTube fame on the show. It's the thing he's driving.
That's why they doing what they doing, because they know if Democrats get into office and take over, it's a wrap. Yeah, it's a wrap. And they know that. Yeah, since y'all coming in here with y'all little old racist comment, let me put a real president up here for you. Let me put a real president up here for you that also intimidated Trump to the diaper done. Yeah, intimidated diaper done. Yeah, this man right here. And if anybody say why he got it, cause he's 50 shades of brown. 50 shades of brown. Power. Black power. Brown power. Yeah, that's why he got all them colors in his face. He represents the 50 shades of brown. And there is just a little of that tan. Y'all see that tan? Y'all see that peachy tanny color down here? There's some at the top. They in there too. See, we don't discriminate. You see, Auntie Fee put them in there too when I came up with the 50 shades of brown. You see how that worked? I didn't leave their asses out. They come from us. They come from their bronze. I ain't leave them out. I ain't discriminate. I included them. Yeah.
United States, which is under the purview of the Congress. Understand the Constitution, who are not political activists. We need to reverse the damage that's been done. We need to completely, fundamentally restructure the role of the Supreme Court of the United States, which is under the purview of the Congress. The Constitution gives Congress the power to organize the courts up to and including the Supreme Court. These are things we can do immediately. This doesn't take a constitutional amendment to do so. We need to create and enforce ethics rules for the Supreme Court, which doesn't have ethics rules right now. They don't have a set of guidelines and actual set in stone rules that they must follow relative to accepting lavish hundreds of thousands of dollars vacations on super yachts of billionaires. The regular judiciary does. The regular court does. The federal bench, they do, but not the Supreme Court. They're too mighty and powerful and untouchable to follow any ethics rules. I mean, I would take it a step further. I think we need to impeach Thomas and Alito at the very least. Impeach, convict, remove them from office, replace them once we have Democrats in control. And we need to expand the House of Representatives while we're at it. I had Matt Beat, Mr. Beat of YouTube fame on the show. It's the thing he's driving home right now, and I think it's a great idea now more than ever. Expand the House from 435 members to 1,000 members. Each district representing 350 to 500,000 people, not the average of 750,000 right now. You add seats, Republicans will get more seats too, but it'll be a balance where you have districts, for instance, in LA, where they're representing 1 million or more people, but then in Idaho, they're representing far fewer, and sometimes vice versa. These are all things we can do, but it's going to take democracy to get it done. It's going to take activism, organizing, and getting involved in the political system. It's going to take, look, it's either these solutions that I'm laying out here, and there's other solutions too. I'm a dumb shit. This is just out of my brain right now. There's all kinds of experts who are going to be coming up with other plans. They're all at our fingertips. It's either solve these problems with a political solution.
Thank you.
Or we're going to have more violence in this country. If you back people into a corner and leave them no choice, what do you think they're going to do at our fingertips? It's either solve these problems with a political solution, or we're going to have more violence in this country. If you back people into a corner and leave them no choice, what do you think they're going to do? No wonder Donald Trump is too afraid to get out of his motorcade on the National Mall. He's afraid because he knows the damage he's doing to the country. A lot of people you'll hear, I'm not blaming Donald Trump for the violence against him. You're not?
A self-inflicted skit.
I've heard people that I deeply, deeply respect say that. But I don't know that I agree. I guess I'll leave it there. What do you think?
I don't think ain't no.
Make yourself safe. Keep yourself safe. Keep your comments safe in the comments. Don't get banned. Don't have the Secret Service knocking on your door. But let's talk about this in the comments.
Don't have them calling your phone while you're live. You know, all that stupid shit. All that stupid shit. All that interruption, you know, demonetizing, you know, all of that stupid shit. Want somebody, I must don't have that. Want somebody to be mad for being demonetized, and then they gonna stop talking about it. Bullshit. That ain't it. Hold on. Let me make sure I got this setting right. I was going through some technical difficulties. Always messing with my... Yeah, if that's what they think that's going to stop me from talking about it, they in for a rude awakening. That ain't why I ain't going live. I ain't going live because my support ain't showing me no love for my research. For whether you can find it yourself, find it yourself. Don't count on me to find it and bring it to you for you to reuse my shit and then don't support me. Huh? Where they do that at? Yeah, no. Them days is over, boo. I'm not. Yeah. I keep my tea, my wisdom to myself. Because some people just don't appreciate it. You know what I mean? Hold on. Get the lights up. Hey, SP. This will be close to the six. Yes. I've been saying for a while that Maga is making America slaves again. I don't know why folk ain't been listening to me. Why this won't let me change it? I guess they want me to go off on the trolls. Y'all get the lights up. Because I was only going to give this a little bit, boo-boo. Now it's saying 20% battery. Tell you, all type of stuff be happening when you start telling the truth. I ain't lying, I ain't lying. I ain't lying. All type of stuff. Ain't nothing where it's supposed to be. Don't nothing operate the way it's supposed to operate. It's just, man, what's going on? But what they say, ain't no stopping us now. Ain't that a song? Yeah, let me get on to something else. Hey, Marie. They had to have the po-pos. Lord, what is going on? Harpo, who are these people? Who are you? Just won't sit up. And just, who you?
All hell has broken loose after the Supreme Court's ruling gutting the Voting Rights Act Section 2, as all of these MAGA Republican states are now getting rid of any black majority congressional districts, and they are refusing.
Boo! Boo!
All hell has broken loose after the Supreme Court's ruling gutting the Voting Rights Act Section 2, as all of these MAGA Republican states are now getting rid of any black majority congressional districts, and they are refusing allowing black Americans to have representation at all, systematically gutting these congressional districts one by one. What you just saw there, where it was video of the Tennessee legislature as they now passed a new map gerrymandering the state after the Supreme Court ruling in Louisiana versus Calais, where they have gotten rid of all remaining congressional districts that had a black majority. So now in Tennessee, it's just going to be exclusively MAGA Republican. More on that in a moment. We learned this morning about this 4-3 ruling from the right-wing Virginia Supreme Court, where they overturned the redistricting referendum that was approved by voters last month that could have netted the Democrats 5 additional House seats. So to be clear, the MAGA Republicans in MAGA Republican states are just pushing through unlawfully these gerrymandered maps without bringing referendums to the people. Virginia actually had the people of Virginia vote on it, and then the right-wing Supreme Court in Virginia said, nope, we're not going to allow you to do it. Only the MAGA states can do it. I have more video I want to show you in a moment. The Supreme Court in Virginia ruled that the General Assembly violated the Virginia Constitution in advancing the amendment and putting it forward as this referendum for the people to vote on. And so the Supreme Court said, nope, we are going to nullify that. I'll show you that decision in just a moment. I want to bring us back, though, to Tennessee. And here in Tennessee, you have more of these MAGA Republican members, state representatives, and senators getting booed as they arrived to eliminate the black congressional representation there. Here, play this clip.
Boo! Boo!
Let's just go through some of the data, folks. So Tennessee is now going to become a 9-0 MAGA Republican state. They got rid of their one majority, black majority congressional district. Florida is going to be doing the same, targeting minority voters there. Alabama is going to be doing the same, and they're going to try to remove the congressional districts that have black congressional majorities. There's 2 of them there. They're going to go to a 7-0 map, eliminate all Democratic congressional districts. Louisiana doing the same. The case was Calais versus Louisiana. They're going to get rid of any black representation. It's a systematic gutting of this, what was needed in the Voters' Rights Act, and it's patently racist. I want to show you what MAGA Republicans are doing. Like, I want to bring you into how they're justifying these maps, because what the Supreme Court said in its ruling, Calais versus Louisiana, is as long as you MAGA Republican states don't say you're doing it for racist reasons, and you just have to say you don't know anything about race at all and deny the racial aspect of what you're doing, the racist aspect, then you're good. We'll allow you to put forward your racist maps. Just don't say race at all. So what they do, for example, in Tennessee, is you'll have this MAGA Republican lawmaker, Senator John Stevens. This is the perfect example. He'll be asked questions. So you do realize Memphis has a majority black population. Like, no, I don't know that. You don't know that Memphis has a majority of black people? Like, do you know the racial Nope, I don't see race. I just...
Yeah, and Elon has that AI factory over there. Yeah, that's doing harm to those people. Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it. Ain't gonna be able to do. You're not gonna have a voice. And they said you wasn't getting that vote no way. Don't try to have a voice now. And a lot of y'all voted for this. Yeah. You voted for it when you voted for Diaper Done. Y'all thought it was cool, just like y'all thought them PPPs was a gift. And now y'all finding out the hell he finna round y'all asses up on that. Okay, keep thinking he your friend.
See humans. I'm not aware that there's a black person or a white person, and so we're not removing the black vote. We're just removing the vote of... He'll be asked questions. So you do realize Memphis has a majority black population. Like, no, I don't know that. You don't know that Memphis has a majority of black people? Like, do you know the racial Nope, I don't see race. I just see humans. I'm not aware that there's a black person or a white person. And so we're not removing the black vote. We're just removing the vote of people who happen to be black voters. But I don't even know that these are black people. That's literally... If you're like, Ben, you're exaggerating. Here,
no,
let's
you're
play
not.
This clip and I'll show you what they said.
Are you aware that Memphis is predominantly African American?
I am not.
So to my sponsor, who went to law school at the University of Memphis and lived there for 3 years.
He said, no, I am
you're not aware that Memphis is...
You've done no research.
So to my sponsor, who went to law school at the University...
I am not.
He had to put his head down, y'all. Y'all see that?
So to my sponsor, who...
I am not.
So to my sponsor, who went to... Are you aware that Memphis is predominantly African American?
I am not.
So to my sponsor, who went to law school at the University of Memphis and lived there for 3 years, you're telling me you're not aware that Memphis is predominantly African American. Am I correct?
Senator Lamar, he's answered that.
Is the sponsor aware that Shelby County is predominantly African American?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that Tennessee's 9th congressional district is the only majority African American congressional district in this state?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Tennessee,
that's
you
why
have
we
these
took
MAGA
it.
Republican lawmakers who gutted the ability of black people in Tennessee to have as they suppress the black vote in Tennessee to elect people that the black communities want. You had these MAGA Republicans, I kid you not, running around the legislative chamber in Trump capes. They were wearing MAGA capes, and they're running around in MAGA capes. Here, play this clip. I'll bring you to the committee
No more
sessions as
bull,
well,
what?
where you have that guy John Stevens
No more bullshit.
I'll bring you to the committee sessions as well, where you have that guy John Stevens who's putting forward the maps. He's cross-examined by a Democratic lawmaker and saying, so you claim you know nothing about these maps? You don't know anything about the demographics? Here, play this clip.
Step shit. Where you think you at, ugly woman? Don't you know you came from us? Huh? Y'all, it's taking y'all too long to get their asses up out of here. I told y'all don't let me see it. Step shit. Who you talking about? Where the hell you think you came from? Step shit. You came from us.
This is predominantly African
Hold
American.
on. I got her now. Step shit. Come forward. Come to the plank, girl. Who you talking to, Step shit? Huh? I can't hear you now. I start calling you out, and then you go silent. Huh, Sherry? Yeah. Y'all, listen. Get them out of here when they with that stupid shit. I was trying to go in there and minimize that, but it wouldn't let me. Y'all get the lights up before I have to
the answer to that.
talk real ugly to folks. I ain't in that mood.
Predominantly African American.
You know the answer.
Tennessee's 9th congressional district is the only black congressional.
Hold on. Let me see why I can't get. Where is my arrow? What is going on? Where is my Zoom? Hold on, y'all. Something's going on. It won't even let me get in there and make the necessary changes that I need to make. And something ain't right about it. I may have to do a reset. Cause something ain't right. Yeah, let me let y'all hear this while I work on this back here. Nah, that ain't it.
I'll bring you to the committee sessions as well, where you have that guy, John Stevens, who's putting forward the maps. He's cross-examined by a Democratic lawmaker and saying, so you claim you know nothing about these maps? You don't know anything about the demographics? Here, play this clip.
Memphis is predominantly African American, correct?
I think you know the answer to that.
Yes or no?
I think you know the answer.
Is Shelby County predominantly African American?
Reclaim your time,
Tennessee.
girl. Yeah, they don't want to respect black folk. They don't have no respect for black folk in position.
The demographics. Here, play this clip.
Memphis is predominantly African American, correct?
I think you know the answer to that.
Yes or no?
I think you know the answer.
Is Shelby County predominantly African American?
You know the answer.
Tennessee's 9th congressional district is the only black congressional district in the state. Are you aware?
I don't. I'm not aware.
The Memphis proper area, the 9th congressional district, with this new proposal, how many districts will it be divided into?
There are 9 congressional districts on the map. The map speaks for itself. It's sitting right there in front of you.
For the people who don't have access to the map, could you answer the question?
The map is on our website. It's available.
Point of order, when a question is asked, surely members of the Senate will answer a question instead of pointing someone to look at something on a map. How many districts will be in Shelby County? Surely that's an answer that can be given.
So voters who were previously in a single majority black district would now be split into several districts, correct?
I don't know.
So how are you proposing a map and you don't know anything about it?
I know how the map is divided, but I don't know the racial makeup of the map.
But you understand that Memphis is predominantly African American. They're going to be split up.
I honestly do not know the answer to that. I do not know.
Who specifically drew these district lines then?
Senator Johnson and I are the sponsors of the maps.
You drew the map, but you can't tell me how many districts Memphis is going to be split into.
I don't know where the city boundaries of Memphis are. Shelby County on the map is clearly divided 3 ways.
Was the public given an opportunity to review or provide input before these lines were finalized and proposed?
These are the maps are between Senator Johnson and I. We drew the maps. We had interaction with the House of Representatives as well.
So you're establishing that before these maps were drawn, you all took no effort into hearing from the public.
The public is getting their opportunity at this moment.
Why are we redistricting
said,
now?
check your
Why are we
battery.
doing
I
this
heard
after the
it.
regular session has already concluded?
There's an election this fall of who's going to control the House of Representatives. We want Republicans to maintain control of the House of Representatives.
I'll show you the moment that Tennessee voted to remove all black congressional seats there, and I'll show you how the people.
Yeah, he lied, in my opinion.
Just booing, and the people of Tennessee so livid at this utter fascism. Here, play this clip.
Major news. We're suing the Trump administration.
Y'all be sure trying to check me, boy. Oh, we don't want no excuses for your phone to go out and put charge it up. The alarm going off and everything.
Then I'll show you State Representative Justin Pearson.
What was that?
Got arrested. You have the. I'll show you how the people were just booing, and the people of Tennessee so livid at this utter fascism. Here, play this clip.
Vanessa, where you think you at? Y'all get these people up out of here. is not a lie. You need to, who need to open their eyes, Vanessa? Put a name on it. What the you talking about? Huh? Yeah, you need to be more clear. Go somewhere else. Your services are no longer needed over here. Bye-bye. Get your ass up out of here. The services are needed. Y'all need, why y'all stealing? Yeah, Trump services are no longer needed. The diaper is full of shit. And ain't nobody changing shit. Yeah, Vanessa. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reboot. Cause we prayed and they what? But did she hit the like button? Oh, I forgot to ask that before I removed her. Y'all get the likes up. Double tap the face of your screen. Or hit those three dots at the top right. Or get out. And I'm going to wait. Hi, Roy Moore. 50 Shades of Brown. What we doing? Yeah, get out.
Then I'll show you State Representative Justin Pearson. He got arrested. You have the Tennessee police now arresting black lawmakers and like grabbing black lawmakers.
Y'all hear this?
And Pearson's like, get off of me.
Y'all hear this? Oh, it got a plum wild yesterday.
You have the Tennessee police now arresting black lawmakers and like grabbing black lawmakers. And Pearson's like, get off of me. What are you doing? Like, you literally have the scenes that we saw, you know, post-civil rights movement or leading up to the civil rights movement. Play this clip.
Ooh! Boy! Woo! I know. Okay, so for the brother, oh, for the people who did y'all see that? Did you hear it? And did you see it? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear the boy? Boy? I don't know how they think this shit gonna go down. No. I don't know how they think it's gonna go down, baby, but
Post-civil rights movement or leading up to the civil rights movement. Play this clip.
He said, let my brother go.
What's wrong with you? wrong with you? Hey. You stupid mother.
Yep, so the Tennessee black lawmakers.
Did he mean that? I mean, did old boy have his hands up? Like, hands up? Oh my goodness. Was his hands? Ooh! Did he mean that? Huh? I mean, you know, I bet you he is the most polite person. Any other time, first of all, you arrested you got your hands on my brother, and yet y'all, you know, baby, and y'all done took my district away from me. Yeah, y'all playing these games with us, and now you got your hands on my brother, boy. I don't know what the fuck y'all think y'all doing, but did he mean that? Watch his hands be up. Oh man, I thought, boy, look at the hands up, huh? Yeah, y'all playing a dangerous game up in here, and I don't feel like playing with y'all. Fuck is wrong with you? And I'm laughing, but that's why I say people don't realize what is going on right now. It is serious business, and it is to remove us. Oh, Teresa say, I am a lady of a certain age. Yes, I think he meant it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Hey.
Did somebody say egg? Did somebody in the back call him an egg? Oink, oink. Did they call him an oink, oink? Lord, let me get something to eat. I feel like I'm finna be. Did he say oink, or did somebody say oink, oink?
Hey.
Did she just call him an egg?
Hey.
Did she say pig? Paul Ward said, better ask somebody. Okay, can I jump in there? Can I jump in there, y'all? Can I jump in there? This ain't what you want. I promise you. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Oh my God. This ain't what you want. I don't know how y'all think this shit gonna go down, but this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. I say this ain't what you want. Say what? This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, baby. I don't know how else to tell you. I don't know how. I don't know what they think the plan is. Cuba warned Trump, if he comes, it will be, Ooh, I gotta watch what I say, boy. That's why this clown knew he needed to need bunkers and unkers and yeah, hospitals and shit. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, this ain't what you want. Okay, let me move on. Y'all get the likes up. I ain't playing. I'm gonna shut it down. I got way too much more tea. What time is it? And I ain't even ate. Y'all better double tap the face of the phone. This is okay. Y'all know spit came out his mouth. Y'all do know some saliva came out of his mouth, right? Y'all do know saliva came out his mouth with that boy.
Yep. So the Tennessee black lawmakers were then arrested for trying to attend a meeting about the MAGA Republican white lawmakers eliminating the black vote right there. That's what's going on in Tennessee right now. At least 2 black lawmakers arrested for their about the MAGA Republican white lawmakers eliminating the black vote right there. That's what's going on in Tennessee right now. At least 2 black lawmakers arrested for their opposition against the white state legislators eliminating black representation in the Tennessee legislature.
What you mean, Mel? I hope so. What you mean by that? What you mean by that? Mel, what you mean by that? Look like some 60 stuff. Sure do. What did you say, Mel? I said, what did you say? What you mean by that? Break that shit down. You know where the fuck you at? Oh, you need some help? Oh, okay. Y'all say bye to Melbula. Melbula. Yeah. Bye, Melbula. Get your ass up out of here. Talk that shit over there. Yeah, you can't. You know, you start shit. You put a little bit out there. But when somebody check you on it, yeah, you get all clammed up and shit. What? Yeah, say it. Say it with your whole chest. Y'all folk kill me. Map. Yeah, I need to get in there and fix this. I'm gonna have to reboot this. Yeah, y'all finna have to listen to some music or something, cause I prayed before they came over here with that foolishness. And they trying to sign in required. Yeah. I thought I rebooted it right. Yeah, they on that bull crap, and I am too, and it's just not going, it ain't gonna end well for them. Yeah. It ain't gonna end well for them. I need to get it set up for me to do a reboot.
Then we saw over here, take a look right here is what was going down as Democrats were burning the Confederate flag, and you'll see what goes down over here to play this clip.
Look at them. They bold with it, y'all. Oh, they burning it. Oh.
Now I got to bring you to this speech of Justin Pearson. It was an incredible speech. Let's play it.
Minutes.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party refuse to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking.
Okay, y'all, we're going to have to listen to some music. I'm going to have to reboot. So in the meantime, I need for y'all to get my likes up. I need to get the likes up. Let me reboot my system.
Targeting and cracking district.
Please get the likes up. They trying me.
For the router, I don't.
Lord, where is that coming from? I have no idea why it would not allow me to edit this. Finally, hold on. Let me fix this and get these clowns up out of here. Knew it was too much jibber jabber. You know them folk don't want to have to subscribe. Get on up out of here. Now, you can't talk that shit for free. Y'all know TP ain't got no sense. Now,
You know, folks, I've
not
been around-
yet.
Don't pay anything for it.
The installation was super easy. I didn't have to go pick up any.
Let him through.
What's wrong with you?
Pig.
She called him a pig.
Yep, so the Tennessee black lawmakers were then arrested for trying to attend a meeting about the MAGA Republican white lawmakers eliminating the black vote right there. That's what's going on in Tennessee right now. At least 2 black lawmakers arrested for their opposition against the white state legislators eliminating black representation in the Tennessee legislature. Then we saw over here, take a look right here is what was going down as Democrats were burning the Confederate flag, and you'll see what goes down over here to play this clip.
Are y'all still here?
Now I got to bring you to this speech of Justin Pearson. It was an incredible speech. Let's play it.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet.
No.
It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party have refused to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Calais decision that you all are basing your decisions off of, that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. What is happening here is immoral and wrong. And I was reading my Bible early this morning, asking God why this is happening. Why, again, does it seem that white supremacy is seeming to gain? Why, again, does it seem like the pillars of pain that we have felt and experienced for over 400 years in this country continue to rise again? And whispered in the words of this Bible and in the words of those ancestors that have gone before us is just these simple words: we're still.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. Whether you have complete teeth, partial missing teeth, or no teeth at all, you don't need adhesives, dentists, or appointments. Just soak it in hot water to activate the elastic material, bite it to fit your unique oral shape, and within a few minutes, you can have brand new dentures. My friends all say they look very realistic, just like dental implants. It fundamentally solves the problem of missing or losing.
Here. We are still here. This nation, this state has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one nation, this state has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one black woman said, your ancestors enslaved us, denied us of our rights, called us 3/5 of a person, and yet we are still here. You put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched black folks on poplar trees. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here. You've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today you'll take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
As California Governor Gavin Newsom says, so there's no referendum, no public vote in Tennessee. The legislature just takes away people's vote. They pick up a GOP seat. No vote in Florida, just the state legislature changes the congressional maps. Republicans pick up 4 GOP seats. In Missouri, 1 GOP seat picked up. North Carolina, 2 GOP seats. No vote, no nothing like that. No vote in Texas, 5 GOP seats. Virginia, there's a vote, a public referendum. The people approve the maps. They vote in a popular sovereignty, And then the right-wing MAGA Supreme Court goes, nope, you can't do that. You can't do that, as Aaron Frischner says. The 4-3 majority opinion in this right-wing Virginia Supreme Court is a 20-page rambling discourse on semantics, drawing on Ralph Waldo Emerson and Samuel Johnson. The dissent by the Chief Justice concisely shreds it by quoting the law in the Virginia Constitution. 4 people overturned 3 million votes, and it's 1,000% political. Here's the opening of that line. This is the opening of the opinion in the Virginia Supreme Court moments ago that just dropped. On March 6, 2026, the General Assembly of Virginia submitted to Virginia voters a proposed constitutional amendment that authorizes partisan gerrymandering of congressional districts in the Commonwealth. We hold that the legislative process employed to advance this proposal violated Article 12, Section 1 of the Constitution of Virginia. The Constitution violation incurably taints the resulting referendum vote and nullifies its legal efficacy. And that, folks, is how that's how fascism goes down. And we got to be alerted to this because, I mean, what you have Donald Trump making social media posts right now saying how great this ruling is. And what was Trump's post this morning? He goes, huge win for the Republican Party in America in Virginia. The Virginia Supreme Court has struck down the Democrats' horrible gerrymander. Make America great again, Donald J. Trump. So after they've done all the gerrymandering, Democrats simply respond. Then right-wing Supreme Court say, nope, you can't respond. That's fascism 101 right there.
Yeah, now
we should all be absolutely
now
Want to stay plugged in?
now they shutting it down.
At MidasPlus.com.
Y'all see this?
Daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski.
Now,
Ad-free episodes
now they shutting it down. Yeah, now they want to shut it down. When we repeated what they was doing. Yeah, now they want to shut it down. Ain't that nothing? Yeah, them Epstein files must be heavy as hell. The remaining 3 million. Yeah. Hold on.
Enhance your membership.
Y'all see this? With them thick, pretty eyebrows. Hey, me. Hey, Craig. Y'all see that? With them pretty brown eyes and thick eyebrows. Woo! Y'all see this? Do y'all see this? With the thick eyebrows and the pretty brown eyes. Do y'all see this? Let's go.
Enough to know that not every court ruling makes history. Most of them don't. Most of them settle a dispute, clarify a statute, and life. You know, folks, I've been around long enough to know that not every court ruling makes history. Most of them don't. Most of them settle a dispute, clarify a statute, and life goes on. But every now and then, a decision comes down that tells you something about where your country is headed. And today was one of those days. Now look, this morning the Virginia Supreme Court struck down a redistricting referendum that over 3 million Virginians voted on just a couple of weeks ago.
And won.
3 million people showed up. They waited in line. They made their voices heard. And a 4-3 court decision said it doesn't count. Now, I want to be careful here because this is one of those moments where the legal question and the democratic question are pulling in 2 very different directions. And if you only look at one side, you're going to miss what's really happening. The court said the legislature didn't follow the right procedure. And procedures matter. I'll be the first to tell you that. When I was in the White House, I learned the hard way that how you do something matters just as much as what you do. The process is the thing that holds everything together. But here's what's also true, and we'll come back to this in a moment. When millions of citizens participate in their democracy, and then a court erases that participation, something breaks inside the public trust. Something cracks. And once that crack is there, it's very hard to repair. So today, I want to walk you through exactly what happened, why it happened, what it means for the midterms, and what it tells us about the state of our democratic institutions. Because this isn't just about Virginia. This is about whether the system still works for the people it's supposed to serve. And I'll tell you right now, the answer is more complicated than either side.
Using your home address for business, but worried it puts your privacy at risk? iPostal One
wants to admit. Let me tell you something. This didn't happen in a vacuum. None of this makes sense unless you understand what's been going on across the country for the past year and a half. It started with Texas.
It started with Texas.
After the 2020 census, states drew their maps the normal way, every 10 years like we've always done, year and a half. It started with Texas.
Yeah, an old knothead chick from Georgia tried to do a dig at me for having drawn on thick eyebrows and said something about my lip. Boy, and if y'all could see her, y'all would be like, I know you lying, Auntie Fee. But I just want to let folk, you can't troll me. I don't care. At your best, you can't troll me. You're not on my level. You don't even know that there's a whole business for thick eyebrows. So I have to show her, boo, you're not on my level. You can't troll me. Ever. Ever in life. Never. Epic fail.
Didn't happen in a vacuum. None of this makes sense unless you understand what's been going on across the country for the past year and a half. It started with Texas. After the 2020 census, states drew their maps the normal way, every 10 years like we've always done. But then President Trump started pushing Republican-led legislatures to redraw their maps again, mid-decade, outside the normal cycle. Texas went first. And that redraw could hand Republicans as many as 5 extra congressional seats outside the normal cycle. Texas went first, and that redraw could hand Republicans as many as 5 extra congressional seats. Then other red states followed. Tennessee just this week approved a map designed to eliminate their one Democratic district. So Democrats in Virginia looked at all this and said, we can't just sit here and let the other side rewrite the rules while we play by the old ones. And I understand that impulse, I really do. When someone changes the game on you, your instinct is to respond. But here's where it gets complicated. In 2020, Virginia voters approved a bipartisan redistricting commission, took the power away from politicians, and gave it to a balanced body of legislators and citizens. It was the kind of reform people had been asking for, and it passed with broad support. So when Democrats decided to bypass that commission through a constitutional amendment, they were undoing something the voters themselves had just put in place. Now they argued it was temporary, just a response to what other states were doing, and that the commission would come back after 2030. But the move still required navigating a very specific constitutional process. Pass the amendment in 2 consecutive legislative sessions with a general election in between, then send it to the voters. Democrats passed it the first time on October 31st, 2025. But here's the problem, and this is where the whole thing starts to unravel. Early voting in Virginia's 2025 elections had already been open since September 19th. Over 1 million people had already cast their ballots. And that timing, that's the thread the court pulled. Now look, let's talk about what actually happened in that courtroom today, because the details matter here. They always do. The Virginia Supreme Court ruled 4-3 to strike down the redistricting amendment that voters approved on April 21st. Over 3 million Virginians participated in that special election. 51.69% voted yes, 48.31% voted no. A narrow margin, but a clear one. The majority opinion found that the legislature violated the constitutional process for putting amendments on the ballot. Specifically, Article 12, Section 1 of the Virginia Constitution requires that an amendment be passed in 2 consecutive legislative sessions with a general election in
Samantha.
between. The court said, and this is where things start to get complicated, that because early voting in Virginia's November 2025 elections opened on September 19th, and the legislature didn't pass the amendment the first time until October 31st, over 1.3 million Virginians had already cast their ballots without any knowledge that their representatives would be voting on this redistricting question. The majority wrote that this irreparably undermines the integrity of the resulting referendum vote and renders it null and void. Strong language. And they ordered that Virginia must use the same congressional map from 2022 and 2024 for the upcoming midterms. Now, the dissent, and there was a dissent, 3 justices strong, argued that election means election day, not the early voting period, and that the majority was expanding the constitutional text beyond its original meaning. And here's what I want you to hold in your mind. Both sides had a legal argument. This wasn't frivolous, but a 4-3 decision that erases 3 million votes, that's not a small thing. That's the kind of outcome that shakes people's confidence in whether the rules are being applied fairly or being used as weapons. And we'll come back to that. Let me tell you something from experience. When I was president, I learned, sometimes the hard way, that if you're going to do something bold, something that changes the rules of the game, you've got to make sure your foundation is solid, because your opponents will test every brick, every single one. And I think that's what happened here. Virginia Democrats saw what was happening across the country. Texas redrawing maps mid-decade, Florida following suit, Tennessee eliminating its lone Democratic seat, and they felt they had to respond. I understand that instinct. When someone rewrites the rules on you, standing still feels like losing. But the decision to rush the first passage through during a special session that was originally called for budget purposes, that was a gamble. And the timing, passing it on October 31st.
Hey, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Hey, get the likes up. I'm 2 hours and 24 minutes in. Get the likes up. I've only received 1 Cash App of support. Get the likes up. I'm finna shut it down. Only 1. This is what kills me. Y'all be dying for me to go live, but don't want to support. I don't get it. I don't get it. Hi, Slinky. Can you hit the like button, double tap the face of your screen, or hit those three dots at the top right? Do I need to go on pause until I get my monetized? No support. One person. Moderators, I mean everybody. Everybody. No disrespect, but what is this? That mean y'all don't care nothing about my time. Man, let me go. I just can't with y'all. I just can't. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass. It's always a reason and an excuse. My lights ain't going up. I got one cash app. And I ain't trying to say that you have to, but I don't have to either. I ain't talking to you, Slinky. But I did ask you if you hit the like button. Yeah. I don't get it. But I got something for that, though. I promise I do.
First, after early voting had been open for 6 weeks.
I'm going to go where I'm appreciated. And if it ain't here, I'll go where I'm appreciated and supported. And that's just what that is. No disrespect. And some of y'all got y'all on. Y'all repeat everything I say.
Left a vulnerability that any competent lawyer was going to find. Now, I give credit to Speaker Don Scott and Governor Spanberger. They believed they were acting in the voters' interest. They believed the urgency was real. And frankly, looking at what other states were doing, the urgency was real. But urgency doesn't excuse carelessness. In governance, how you do it is as important as why you do it. The question I'd ask, and I ask this respectfully, is was there a path that was more legally secure? Could the timeline have been adjusted? Respond. I understand that instinct. When someone rewrites the rules on you, standing still feels like losing. But the decision to rush the first passage through during a special session that was originally called for budget purposes, that was a gamble. And the timing, passing it on October 31st, after early voting had been open for 6 weeks, that left a vulnerability that any competent lawyer was going to find. Now, I give credit to Speaker Don Scott and Governor Spanberger. They believed they were acting in the voters' interest. They believed the urgency was real. And frankly, looking at what other states were doing, the urgency was real. But urgency doesn't excuse carelessness. In governance, how you do it is as important as why you do it. The question I'd ask, and I ask this respectfully, is was there a path that was more legally secure? Could the timeline have been adjusted? Could the special session have been reconvened with a broader mandate? These are strategic decisions, and in retrospect, the haste left the door wide open. Here's the honest truth. When you give your opponents a procedural argument, you let them avoid debating the substance. And once the fight is about procedure, the voter's intent gets lost in the fine print. That's a leadership failure, not of motive, but of execution. And in politics, execution is everything. We've got to remember something fundamental about democracy. It doesn't run on laws alone. It runs on trust. People have to believe that when they show up and vote, their vote means something. And when 3 million citizens participate in a referendum, and then a court says that participation doesn't count, regardless of the legal reasoning, something breaks inside the public trust. Something cracks. Now, I want to be fair. Courts exist to enforce procedures. The Constitution means what it says, and if the process was flawed, judges have a duty to say so. I respect that. I've always believed in the rule of law, even when the law produced outcomes I didn't like. But here's what worries me. This ruling came down 4-3, along lines that to many Virginians look like they mirror political appointment patterns. The original trial court judge, Jack Hurley Jr., ran as a Republican candidate back in 1999. The case was filed in Tazewell County, deep red territory. These facts don't delegitimize the legal arguments, but they create a perception. And in a democracy, perception matters almost as much as reality. When people start to believe that courts are just another political battlefield, that judges are players, not referees, you get a kind of cynicism that corrodes everything. Voter turnout drops. Faith in institutions erodes. And the folks who benefit from that cynicism, they're not the ones who believe in
I understand, Power.
I've watched this pattern my entire life. Every time courts appear partisan, whether it's Bush v. Gore or Citizens United or now this, a piece of the public's faith gets chipped away. And once that faith is gone, it's incredibly hard to rebuild. We cannot afford to treat judicial decisions as just another arena for partisan warfare.
There you go. Teresa,
have to be above
I put them on.
that, or the whole system falls apart. Now let me zoom out for a moment, because this isn't just about Virginia. This is about a national arms race, and it's one that both parties are losing, even while they think they're winning. Here's what's happening above that, or the whole system falls apart. Now let me zoom out for a moment, because this isn't just about Virginia. This is about a national arms race, and it's one that both parties are losing, even while they think they're winning. Here's what's happened. After the Supreme Court weakened the Voting Rights Act, Republican-led states began redrawing maps aggressively. Texas started it, potentially 5 new Republican seats. Florida followed under DeSantis. Then just this week, Tennessee approved a map designed to eliminate its one Democratic congressional district. Alabama and Louisiana are moving in the same direction. Democrats looked at all this and said, we've got to fight back somewhere. Virginia was their best opportunity, a state where they hold the trifecta, where the numbers favored them. Their proposed map would have given Democrats a 10-1 advantage in a state that currently sits at 6-5. 4 extra seats in Congress. Now that map is gone, and with it goes Democrats' best chance to offset Republican gains elsewhere. The math is brutal. Republicans may now pick up 13 or more net seats from redistricting alone heading into November. That could be the ball game for the House. But here's what I want both parties to hear. You can win the battle for a seat and lose the war for legitimacy. Every time a state gerrymanders, whether it's red or blue, voters in the losing districts feel voiceless. They disengage. They stop believing the system represents them. And that's a bipartisan problem. I've seen it from both sides of the aisle. The redistricting arms race is ultimately self-destructive because it prioritizes short-term tactical gain over the long-term health of representative democracy. We're not drawing maps, we're drawing battle lines, and the casualties are the voters themselves. So where does this leave us? Let me walk you through what I think happens from here. First, Virginia's existing 6-5 congressional map stays in place for 2026. The primaries will reportedly be pushed to August 14th to accommodate the legal chaos. Democrats will compete on the old map, a map that's competitive but doesn't give them the 4-seat windfall they were counting on. Attorney General Jay Jones is evaluating his legal options, but let me be honest with you. A federal appeal on what is fundamentally a state constitutional procedure question
Thank you to everybody who sent me.
The U.S. Supreme Court
Excuse
is
me, an
unlikely to
appreciation
intervene
donation.
here
I greatly
because the
appreciate it.
Virginia court was interpreting its own state constitution. That door is probably closed. So the political question becomes, can Democrats flip the House without those 4 Virginia seats? It's not impossible, but it makes the math significantly harder. They'll need to win almost every competitive its own state constitution. That door is probably closed. So the political question becomes, can Democrats flip the House without those 4 Virginia seats? It's not impossible, but it makes the math significantly harder. They'll need to win almost every competitive district elsewhere in New York, California, swing state suburbs, while fighting against the gerrymandering wave in the South. That's a tall order. Now here's what I'm watching. Does this ruling energize Democratic voters who feel their voice was silenced, or does it demoralize them? In my experience, it can go either way. If leaders channel the frustration into turnout, it becomes fuel. If people feel the system is rigged against them, they stay home. Leadership matters enormously in that moment.
Yeah, I need to eat
And there's one more possibility I want to raise, because I think it's the right long-term answer. This redistricting chaos, state by state, court by court, might finally push the country toward federal redistricting standards, independent commissions, transparent criteria, rules that apply to everyone equally. We've needed that reform for decades, and maybe, just maybe, this crisis is ugly enough to make it happen. Let me bring this home with something I believe deeply. The Virginia Supreme Court's ruling has legal merit. I'm not going to stand here and tell you the procedure didn't matter or the court had no basis for its decision. Procedures exist for a reason. They protect the integrity of the process. I've always believed that, and I'm not going to abandon that principle just because the outcome hurts my side politically. But, and this is a big but, a democracy where 3 million votes can be erased by a 4-3 court decision has to ask hard questions about itself. Not about whether the ruling was legally correct, but about whether the system that produced this situation is working the way it should. When voters participate in good faith and their participation is voided, something in the structure needs repair. And I want to speak to both parties here. Republicans, you won this round. But winning through procedure, while 1.6 million people voted yes, is not the same as winning an argument. If your maps are fair, prove it. Open them up to independent review. Let the strength of your ideas do the work, not the shape of your districts. And Democrats, we've got to be smarter. We've got to build our strategies on foundations that can withstand legal scrutiny. Rushing a constitutional amendment through a repurposed special session during active early voting, that wasn't good governance. It was a shortcut. And shortcuts in democracy always come back to haunt you. Here's what I believe. The answer isn't better gerrymandering by either party. The answer is structural reform, independent commissions, federal standards, the kind of system where voters choose their representatives, not the other way around. Virginia had that in 2020 with its bipartisan commission. It was abandoned too quickly, and now we're paying the price. We've been through worse than this. I genuinely believe that. But we've got to start choosing the harder right over the easier wrong. And that goes for both parties, every time, without exception.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm John.
What we doing up in here? Are we moving forward? Are we gonna get the lights up, or are we gonna stop right here and come back another time? What we doing, y'all? What are we doing? What we doing? We going? I'm going tomorrow and early vote. Early vote.
This is done.
What is this one?
Let me tell you something. A superpower does not lose its standing all at once. It loses it in moments.
Joseph, have you hit the like button?
In a bad week, in a confused operation.
Y'all please hit the like button.
In one promise made too loudly and then pulled back too quickly.
Y'all hit the like button.
What just happened.
Yeah. Hit the like button. You got, in my opinion, saying hit the like button. Hit the like button. Everybody saying hit the like button. Come on, y'all, so I won't have to be. Hit the like button.
In the Strait of Hormuz
Double
matters
tap.
so much. Because this is not just another foreign policy. Let me tell you something. A superpower does not lose its standing all at once. It loses it in moments. In a bad week. In a confused operation. In one promise made too loudly and then pulled back too quickly. And that is why what just happened in the Strait of Hormuz matters so much. Because this is not just another foreign policy story. This is not just another cable news argument. This is a test of whether the United States still has the one asset. Every great power depends on more than missiles, more than ships, more than speeches. Credibility. And if you think I am overstating it, stay with me. Because the real story here is not simply that America tried to reopen one of the most important waterways on Earth. The real story is what happened next. The operation began with dramatic language. American officials said progress was being made. Senior leaders projected confidence. And then, almost as quickly, the president announced a pause. Now, maybe that pause was tactically wise. Maybe it was necessary. Maybe it prevented something worse. But here is what most people missed. When a country makes a show of force in front of the whole world and then changes course before the world sees clear results, every ally notices, every adversary notices, every oil trader notices, every government that depends on American steadiness notices. And once they start asking whether America still means what it says, you are no longer managing a maritime crisis. You are managing a crisis of trust. Now, to understand this, you have to step back. The Strait of Hormuz is not some distant patch of water most Americans can ignore. It is one of the most important choke points in the world economy. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, about 20 million barrels of oil per day moved through that strait in 2024. That is around 20% of global petroleum liquids consumption. Around 1/5 of global LNG trade also passed through it, much of it heading to Asia. So when Hormuz tightens, the world tightens with it. Shipping costs rise, insurance costs rise, energy prices jump, governments panic, families pay more for fuel, food, and everything that moves on a truck, ship, or plane. And in this case, the tension did
Or
not come out of nowhere.
double tap the face of your
Reuters
phone if
reports
you're
the
listening
current
through
war
your
began
phone.
on February 28 after U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Since then, the strait has been virtually shut, with Iran using mines, drones, missiles, and fast attack craft as leverage, while the U.S. imposed a blockade on Iranian ports. A ceasefire was announced in early April, but the core problem never went away. The waterway remained a pressure point, and the economic shock kept spreading. And this is the point where leaders are tested, not when they are giving speeches, not when the cameras are on, but when the facts are ugly, the options are limited, and every choice carries a cost. So now let us walk through what happened. On May 4, President Trump said the United States would begin helping to restore freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The effort became known as Project Freedom. On paper, it sounded like classic American resolve. Guide the ships, protect the transit, break the chokehold, show the world the U.S. Navy still controls the sea lanes that make global commerce possible. And to be fair, there was logic behind that move. If hundreds of ships are trapped, if crews are stranded, if energy markets are shaking, and if Iran is effectively holding the world economy hostage, a president is going to feel enormous pressure to act. But here is the problem. Real operations are not judged by the announcement. They are judged by what actually moves. And Reuters reported that on May 4, even after the U.S. pledge, there were no real signs of increased vessel traffic. Only one tanker, a few cargo ships, and a cable-laying vessel were seen moving into the Gulf of Oman. Hapag-Lloyd said transit remained impossible because there was still no clarity on secure passage. BIMCO said, without Iran's consent, it was unclear whether the threat to ships could really be degraded or suppressed. That matters, because it tells you something no press conference can hide. Power is not the same thing as control. You can have destroyers, you can have aircraft, you can have the finest navy on earth. But if commercial shippers still do not believe the route is safe, then the route is not truly open. That is the difference between military presence and strategic success. Then came the next headline. Reuters reported that 2 U.S.-flagged commercial vessels, including the Alliance Fairfax and CS Anthem, did make it through with U.S. military protection. That is real. That counts. It shows the U.S. could create at least limited escorted passage. Source, but here is what most people missed. 2 ships is not normalization. 2 ships is not restored commerce. 2 ships is not proof that the broader crisis is over. It is a narrow tactical achievement inside a much bigger strategic problem. And then, before the world had time to digest even that limited success, the message changed again. President Trump announced that Project Freedom would be paused to allow space for a possible deal with Iran, citing what he called great progress. Oil prices immediately dropped below a psychologically important threshold, but the fact of the pause raised the deeper question. Had the operation achieved enough to justify the original rhetoric, or had Washington moved first and clarified later? Now, this is where the story stops being about ships and starts being about leadership, because in any crisis, the world is not just watching what you do. It is watching whether your government speaks with one voice. On the same day the pause was announced, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. had successfully secured a path through the waterway and that hundreds of ships were lining up to pass through. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the United States had achieved the objectives of its main military operation and described Project Freedom as a smaller defensive effort. And then the president paused the escort mission. Now, I want to be fair here. Governments do adjust in real time. Military operations do evolve. Diplomacy often opens suddenly. And sometimes the pause is not weakness. Sometimes it is restraint. But that is only true if the public, the markets, and your allies can see a coherent strategy. If one part of the government sounds like victory, another sounds like containment, and the commander-in-chief sounds like he is already moving to negotiation, the impression is not discipline. The impression is uncertainty. And uncertainty is deadly in deterrence, because deterrence does not live in a speech. It lives in the mind of the other side. If Tehran concludes Washington wants out more than it wants results, that changes Tehran's behavior. If Gulf allies conclude Washington may not stay the course, that changes their behavior. If Beijing concludes America can be stretched, pressured, and then diplomatically maneuvered, that changes Beijing's behavior too. That is how credibility erodes, not always in defeat, sometimes in hesitation. Now let us talk about consequences. First, the economic fallout is real. Reuters reported the Straits closure has blocked roughly 20% of world oil and gas supplies and helped send Brent above $126 a barrel at one point before falling back. The IMF's chief said even if the conflict ended immediately, it could still take 3 to 4 months to deal with the consequences. Second, the humanitarian cost is being overlooked. Reuters reported that around 22,500 to 23,000 mariners from dozens of countries have been stuck aboard ships in the Gulf, and military operations.
Lights up, please. I'm gonna shut it down.
Diplomacy often opens suddenly, and sometimes a pause is not weakness. Sometimes it is restraint. But that is only true if the public, the markets, and your allies can see a coherent strategy. If one part of the government sounds like victory, another sounds like containment, and the commander-in-chief sounds like he is already moving to negotiation, the impression is not discipline. The impression is uncertainty. And uncertainty is deadly in deterrence, because deterrence does not live in a speech. It lives in the mind of the other side. If Tehran concludes Washington wants out more than it wants results, that changes Tehran's behavior. If Gulf allies conclude Washington may not stay the course, that changes their behavior. If Beijing concludes America can be stretched, pressured, and then diplomatically maneuvered, that changes Beijing's behavior too. That is how credibility erodes, not always in defeat, sometimes in hesitation. Now let us talk about consequences.
Thank you for sharing this.
First,
Reason
the economic
is
fallout is real. Reuters reported the Straits closure has blocked roughly 20% of world oil and gas supplies.
Can you hit the
and
like
helped
button
send
for me,
Brent
please?
above $126 a barrel at one point before falling back. The IMF's chief said even if the conflict ended immediately, it could still take 3 to 4 months to deal with the consequences. Second, the humanitarian cost is being overlooked. Reuters reported that around 22,500 to 23,000
Are you on your phone?
mariners
Just double tap.
from dozens of countries
Or there's
have been
3
stuck
dots at
aboard
that top
ships in the
right
Gulf.
corner.
And Rubio said at least 10
If
civilians.
you don't see the like button and you're on your phone, just double tap the face. Then you should see the thumb go up. If you're on your computer or tablet, there are 3 dots at the top right corner. If you tap that, it'll take you to where you see the thumbs up. Did you find it? I'm gonna back it up some. Let's go.
Gas supplies and helped send Brent above $126 a barrel at one point before falling back. The IMF's chief said even if the conflict ended immediately, it could still take 3 to 4 months to deal with the consequences. Second,
Awesome.
the humanitarian cost is being overlooked. Reuters reported that around 22,500 500 to 23,000 mariners from dozens of countries have been stuck aboard ships in the Gulf, and Rubio said at least 10 civilian sailors have died. Third, the diplomatic map is shifting. Pakistan is mediating. European states are discussing roles in securing passage. Iran's foreign minister has been in Beijing, and Reuters reports that current talks are focused on a limited framework, formally ending the war, addressing Hormuz, and then opening a 30-day window for broader negotiations. Now ask yourself, who benefits when America looks overextended? Who benefits when Gulf security
got a
becomes a bargaining
PayPal.
table instead of a
Thank you
protected
for the
principle?
PayPal.
Who benefits when Asian energy dependence meets American hesitation? China does not have to fire a shot to gain from that picture. It only has to look calm while others look confused. But here is the deepest layer of this story, and this is the part that should worry
Hi,
every
Louis. Get in
serious
close.
person, left, right, or center. The Strait of Hormuz is not just about oil. It is about the rules of the international system. Under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage through international straits, and that passage shall not be impeded. The convention also says there shall be no suspension of transit passage. Coastal states can regulate safety and traffic under certain conditions, but they cannot lawfully turn an international choke point into a private gate. So what is at stake here is bigger than this week's headlines. If the world starts accepting the idea that a regional power can use military leverage to dictate who moves through a strait used by the entire global economy, then the rules begin to bend everywhere. Not just in Hormuz, in the Red Sea, in the South China Sea, in the Taiwan Strait, in every place where commerce depends on open passage and where great powers are testing each other's limits. That is why this moment is so dangerous. Because once a rule becomes negotiable under pressure, it stops being a rule. It becomes a favor. And the United States, whether people like to admit it or not, has spent generations making sure the global system is based on rules, not favors. That system was never perfect. America was never perfect. But the broad principle mattered. Open sea lanes, predictable commitments, deterrence backed by actual willingness. So the question now is not just whether Trump was right to pause, or whether Hegseth and Rubio were too optimistic, or whether Iran overplayed its hand. The real question is this: after all of this, who believes the next American warning? Let me close with this. I am not one of those people who thinks every pause is surrender. Sometimes a pause is wisdom. Sometimes it saves lives. Sometimes it prevents a bad war from becoming a catastrophic one. And I am not naive about the other side either. Iran has leverage. Iran knows it. And any president dealing with Hormuz is going to face ugly choices, incomplete information, and terrible risks. But leadership is not just about making hard choices. It is about preparing the country for those choices.
I appreciate it.
It is about telling the truth about the risks.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate you appreciating my efforts to bring the truth to y'all. So, you know, would I prefer a lot? Yeah, but do I appreciate any amount? Yes, I do. Because it's hard sometimes to come in here and not get any support. So I appreciate it so very much, Slinky. Okay?
Becoming a catastrophic one. And I am not naive about the other
Hey,
side
Sleepy.
either. Iran has leverage. Iran knows it. And any president dealing with Hormuz is going to face ugly choices, incomplete information, and terrible risks. But leadership is not just about making hard choices. It is about preparing the country for those choices. It is about telling the truth about the risks. It is about not mistaking announcement for achievement. And it is about understanding that when the United States acts in a place like Hormuz, the entire world is grading more than the operation. It is grading our seriousness. That is the word I keep coming back to. seriousness. Serious in war, serious in diplomacy, serious in communication, serious in the way we speak to our own people. Because democracies can survive mistakes. They can survive reversals. They can even survive failed operations. What they cannot survive for long is a widening gap between official confidence and visible reality. If America is going to lead, it does not have to be perfect, but it does have to be believable. And right now, that is the wound I worry about most. Not just whether a few ships got through, not just whether oil drops for a week, not just whether a deal is signed, but whether after this episode, friend and foe alike look at the United States and still see what they used to see. A country that may stumble, a country that may argue, a country that may even get things wrong, but a country that is steady, a country that understands the weight of power, a country that knows that in a dangerous world, credibility is not a slogan. It is a duty. Thank you for listening.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I think I got one more.
And we're sure this is shocking for many of you that are just hearing the news and tuning in.
You know, folks, I've been sitting with something for the last few days, and I'll be honest with you. I wasn't sure I wanted to say it out loud.
I don't know if this is the
Because
one
once
we've
you
already
say
heard.
something like this, once you put it into words, it becomes real in a way that's hard to walk back. But I think you need to hear it. I think the country needs to hear it. And I don't care what party you belong to, because what I'm about to describe isn't a partisan problem, it's an American problem. NATO is in the most serious crisis of its 77-year history. Not because of Russia, not because of China, not because of anything an adversary did, because of decisions made in Washington by an American president in the last few months. And I need to walk you through exactly what happened, step by step, because the details matter enormously here, and I'm not sure most people are seeing the full picture. Let me start with what broke this week, and then I'll take you back to how we got here, because context is everything. On May 8th, 2026, today, NPR published a major investigative piece
Billy
on how
Beer
Trump's
Boy?
decision
Who
to
is
strike
that?
Iran
I don't know who
without
that
notifying
is.
a single NATO ally, first, is now fundamentally reshaping the alliance. Not straining it, not testing it, reshaping it. European leaders are, for the first time in the history of this alliance, seriously, substantively planning for a future in which the United States no longer leads NATO. Let that settle for a moment. Not questioning our judgment on one decision, not frustrated with one policy, structurally planning for a post-American NATO. That is something I never, and I mean never, thought I would see in my lifetime. So let me take you back to where this started, because nothing happens without a reason. In late February of this year, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities.
Billy
Now,
Clinton.
I'm not going to
what do you
debate the
mean?
merits of that decision
Why
tonight
are we
because
listening to Bill Clinton? Because he is providing us a knowledge and intel that the fake president, Donnie Diaper Boy, will not and refuse to. We appreciate Bill Clinton over here. We don't look at him as Beer Boy. We look at him as sound knowledge and intel. Nothing that he said has been off. And we don't care about him and Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky is a grown-ass woman, and if his wife don't care, then I don't care either. I care about what's going on right now today and the intel that he is bringing that Trump will not. Trump is lying and whitewashing. He is telling the truth. It's not. Okay, bye, Slinky. Yeah, because I don't, 1 minute you sound like you got some sense and you on board, and then now you want to come on, since you sent a donation, now you talking crazy. What are we doing? What do you mean it's not any of that? What are we talking about? He's here because he's bringing sound information that Trump is not. You're offended by that? Come back another day. I'm not going to, yeah, come back another day. Yeah, I'm not going to ban you, but I mean, since you did send a donation, but I don't know. You see how that flipped? You see how that flipped that quick? Oh my God. What is that about? Listen, sit back and just listen. Sit back and listen. Sleepy Lounge, if you want me to tell you, send a donation. If not, then sit back and just oh. Now I'm finna start over. I'm finna back it up. When y'all come in with this craziness, I'm gonna back it way back up so you can
Published
hear
a
it.
major investigative piece on how Trump's decision to strike Iran without notifying us. Because once you say something like this, once you put it into words,
You see
it
that
becomes
flip?
real in a way that's hard to walk back. But I think you need to hear it. I think the country needs to hear it. And I don't care what party you belong to, because what I'm about to describe isn't a partisan problem, it's an American problem. NATO is in the most serious crisis of its 77-year history, not because of Russia, not because of China, not because of anything an adversary did, because of decisions made in Washington by an American president in the last few months. And I need to walk you through exactly what happened, step by step, because the details matter enormously here, and I'm not sure most people are seeing the full picture. Let me start with what broke this week, and then I'll take you back to how we got here, because context is everything. On May 8th, 2026, today, NPR published a major investigative piece on how Trump's decision to strike Iran without notifying a single NATO ally, first, is now fundamentally reshaping the alliance. Not straining it, not testing it, reshaping it. European leaders are, for the first time in the history of this alliance, seriously, substantively planning for a future in which the United States no longer leads NATO. Let that settle for a moment. Not questioning our judgment on one decision, not frustrated with one policy, structurally planning for a post-American NATO. That is something I never.
We built a lighter that burns at 1,800 degrees, and retailers just told us it's too dangerous to sell.
And I mean never thought I would see in my lifetime. So let me take you back to where this started, because nothing happens without a reason. In late February of this year,
did we hear this
United
earlier?
States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Now, I'm not going to debate the merits of that decision tonight because that's a separate conversation. What I am going to tell you is how it was done, because the how matters as much as the what in international relations. Trump ordered those strikes without informing a single NATO ally beforehand. Not Germany, not France, not the UK, not the Secretary General. Nobody. Now, I've launched military operations as Commander-in-Chief. I know how these decisions get made. I know the secrecy requirements. I know that operational security is real and it's non-negotiable, but there is a difference, a very significant difference, between keeping operational details confidential and not picking up the phone to tell your closest allies that you're about to start a war in the Middle East that will close the Strait of Hormuz and spike global energy prices for every single one of their citizens. That's not secrecy, that's exclusion. And exclusion sends a message. The message it sent to our allies was this: you are not partners, you are not consulted, you are informed after the fact, if at all, and expected to clean up the consequences. Now here's where it gets worse. Because the strikes happened, the Strait of Hormuz was disrupted, oil prices surged, global supply chains were hit. And then Trump turned around to those same allies he'd shut out and demanded they help him fix the mess. He called on NATO to assist in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He called European nations who refused to join the operation cowards. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, publicly said the administration would have to, and I'm paraphrasing here, re-examine the value of NATO. Trump himself raised the possibility of withdrawing from the alliance altogether. Think about the logic of that sequence for a moment. I will not consult you before I start a war, but I will demand your military support for the consequences of that war. And if you decline, I will question whether our 77-year alliance is worth maintaining. Even the former NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, drew a clear public line. He said NATO should not be asked to support military operations it had no hand in planning. And Russian state media, I want you to know this, openly celebrated. Russian officials said Trump's attacks on the alliance were a validation of Europe's weakness. Meanwhile, oil price surges were pumping billions into Russia's war chest at exactly the moment Ukraine needs support most. Just sit with that for a second. Now let me tell you what's been happening inside the alliance, because this is the part I think most people aren't seeing clearly. The discussions about burden sharing in NATO, about who pays what and who contributes how much, those are nothing new. We had those arguments in the 1990s. Bush 41 had them, Reagan had them. It goes back decades. The free rider problem is real and legitimate and worth solving. But here's the profound irony of this moment. The very pressure Trump applied, the tariff threats, the troop withdrawal threats, the constant demands to pay more, combined with the shock of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, actually worked. European defense spending surged. Countries that had been laggards for years finally started meeting their NATO commitments. Germany reversed decades of defense restraint. Poland became one of the most militarily capable NATO members per capita on the continent. Trump's pressure helped produce exactly the outcome alliance managers had been seeking for 20 years. And at the moment of that success, the moment when the alliance was actually getting stronger on the terms Trump claimed to want, he went around it entirely, launched a war without them, demanded their compliance without their input, and threatened to leave when they said no. A senior diplomat I respect described the dynamic this way. When your ally starts treating your compliance as a proof of loyalty rather than your partnership as a foundation of cooperation, you're no longer in an alliance. You're in a protection racket. I wouldn't have used those words, but I understand why someone did. Now, I want to be honest with you here because I always tried to be straight with the American people when I was in office, and I'm going to try to be straight with you now.
Have you seen this? It's absolutely insane. Look at the presentation on what's inside this can. All other canned tuna brands should be shipped.
Even when it's uncomfortable. The Iran situation is complicated. Iran's nuclear program was a genuine threat. The Strait of Hormuz is a genuine choke point. The decision to act wasn't made in a vacuum, and there are serious people who believe it was the right call strategically, even if the process was badly mismanaged. And some of the European reluctance to engage, I'll say it plainly, reflects a long pattern of wanting American protection without American risk. That's a legitimate frustration. Trump didn't invent it, he inherited it, and he's not entirely wrong that it needed to be addressed. But, and this is important, there is a difference between forcing allies to step up and treating allies like subordinates. There is a difference between demanding more contribution and launching military operations without consultation. You can be tough inside an alliance without dismantling the architecture of the alliance itself. When I was in office, I had fierce disagreements with European partners. Over Bosnia, they wanted to wait. I pushed for intervention. Those conversations got heated. There were moments of real frustration on both sides, but we worked through them. Inside the institutions we built together. That's what alliances are for. What I never did, what I could never have imagined doing, was launching military operations in a region that directly affects our allies' energy security without telling them it was coming. That's not disagreement. That's unilateralism. and unilateralism has consequences. So what are those consequences? Let me tell you what I'm actually watching. Douglas Lute, who served as U.S. ambassador to NATO, described this moment as a two-front challenge, East and West. Russia on one side, Washington on the other. That is a sentence that should shock every American who cares about this country's standing in the world. European leaders are now seriously and with real urgency designing what they call a stronger European pillar of the alliance. That sounds benign, but read between the lines. A stronger European pillar means a pillar that doesn't depend on Washington's mood, a pillar that can function, defend, and decide without waiting for a phone call from the Oval Office that may or may not come. That is not how NATO was designed. NATO was designed with American leadership at its core, because American leadership, consistent, reliable, predictable American leadership, was the foundation the whole structure rested on. When that foundation becomes unreliable, allies don't collapse, they adapt. They build backup systems, they hedge, and slowly, gradually, the center of gravity shifts. I've seen versions of this before, but never at this speed, and never self-inflicted. And here's what makes this moment different from any other crisis I've seen in my adult life. It's not just one decision, it's a pattern. Tariffs on allies, troops withdrawn as punishment for criticism, Greenland threatened, Canada told it might become the 51st state, NATO bypassed for strikes on Iran, European allies called cowards for not joining a war they weren't consulted on, Secretary of State questioning whether the alliance has value, President threatening to leave. Each individual action you could perhaps explain away, but as a pattern, that pattern tells every ally in the world something very specific. It tells them that depending on the United States carries a risk they need to price into their national planning. And more of them are concluding that risk is too high, and competitors are taking notes. China is watching, Russia is watching, Iran is watching. Every authoritarian government in the world that wants to see the Western alliance fracture is watching. This is not strength, it is the opposite of strength. Real strength, the kind of power that I saw America wield at its best, doesn't need to threaten friends. It inspires them. So where does this lead? I see three roads, and I want to be honest with you about all of them. The first is repair. A future president, or even this one if he finds the wisdom, re-engages with NATO partners on terms that restore consultation and shared decision-making, acknowledges that allies are partners, not subordinates, rebuilds the trust that's been damaged by going back to basics. Pick up the phone before starting wars, not after. This is hard. Trust once broken takes years to restore, but it's possible. We've corrected course before. The second road is managed decline. The alliance continues formally, but hollows out in practice. European members build parallel structures. The U.S. participates when it suits Washington's interests and steps back when it doesn't. NATO survives on paper, but loses its cohesion and its deterrence value.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within...
This is probably where we are right now. It's not apocalyptic in the short term, but it's corrosive. Every year of drift makes the alternative structure stronger and the incentive to trust American leadership weaker. The third road is fracture, a formal or functional break. Europe develops its own defense architecture that explicitly does not require American participation. NATO becomes what some people are already very carefully starting to call a legacy structure. The alliance that held the free world together for 77 years becomes a historical footnote, and the global stability that depended on it, the security that enabled decades of prosperity for America and our partners, goes with it. That third road is not inevitable, but for the first time in my lifetime, it is not unthinkable, and the fact that it is now thinkable is itself a measure of how much damage has been done. Let me tell you something from the heart, because I'm not going to end on a purely analytical note. I was in the room when NATO expansion was debated after the Cold War. I argued for it. I believed then and I believe now that a larger, more unified NATO was one of the great strategic achievements of the post-Cold War era. Not because it provoked Russia, because it gave democracies from the Baltic to the Adriatic a security umbrella that let them build free societies without living under the shadow of military threat. That wasn't just good for Europe, it was good for America. It created stable partners. It created trading relationships. It created a world where American companies could operate, American ideas could spread, American values could take root. When I say that what's happening now breaks my heart, I mean that literally. This isn't about partisan politics. I've been careful throughout this conversation to acknowledge where the frustrations with allies have some legitimacy, because they do. But frustration, even legitimate frustration, doesn't justify unilateralism at this scale. It doesn't justify treating the most successful military alliance in human history as a bargaining chip in a negotiation over gas prices. The institutions that keep the world stable weren't built by any one president or any one party. They were built across generations by people who understood something essential about American power. Our power doesn't come only from our aircraft carriers or our GDP. It comes from being a country that others want to stand next to, that they trust to be there when it matters, that they know will pick up the phone before starting a war, not after. When we lose that, and right now we are losing it, we don't just lose influence, we lose the infrastructure of influence. The networks, the habits of cooperation, the institutional trust that took decades to build and that no single president, no matter how talented or determined, can rebuild quickly. I still believe America can correct course. We have done it before. After mistakes that seemed in the moment like they might define us permanently, we found our way back to our values, to our responsibilities, to the role in the world that only we can play. But correction doesn't happen by itself. It requires citizens who pay attention. Leaders who understand that trashing your alliances in public may feel powerful in the moment, but weakens you in ways that compound over time.
He destroyed it.
And a shared recognition across party lines that America's standing in the world is not a political asset to be weaponized. It's a national inheritance to be protected. The alliance is shaking. The question is whether we have the wisdom to stabilize it before the shaking becomes a collapse. I believe we do. But I'll be honest with you, the window isn't unlimited, and the clock is running.
Okay, hold on. Got some up showing they ass. I need to watch that, but I already got some stuff marked that I don't want to forget. Hold on. Get the likes up. I want to. Trump scared. What screen? Oh yeah, is he cussing folk out? Hold on, that's what it is.
He pushed.
He
All right,
pushed.
this is wild. There is a very important observation I want to make about Donald Trump's absolute meltdown in front of reporters last night, in which he started screaming at reporter Rachel Scott, calling her a stupid person, and then even calling her a bitch. Those are his words. Sorry. And then
He called a
begins to yell
reporter
about how
a
gas prices
female.
aren't actually up, about how it's a stupid question to even ask about gas prices, and how the Iran war is going perfectly. And You know what observation I want to make that I haven't seen made very often? Is that when Donald Trump is in very high pressure situations and everything is
yeah.
going wrong, he loses any ability to have reality tests around him.
He do.
He begins to push away anybody who tells him the truth, and he doubles down.
He calls. Yeah, get the
You know what
lights up.
observation I want to make
Get
that
the
I
lights
haven't-
up.
Rachel Scott calling her a stupid person, and then even calling her a bitch. Those are his words. Sorry. And
He
then
hate
he
women.
begins to yell about how gas prices aren't actually up, about how it's a stupid question to even ask about gas prices, and how the Iran war is going perfectly. And you know what observation I want to make that I haven't seen made very often? Is that when Donald Trump is in very high pressure situations and everything is going wrong, he loses any ability to have reality tests around him. He begins to push away anybody who tells him the truth, and he doubles actually up about how it's a stupid question to even ask about gas prices, and how the Iran war is going perfectly. And you know what observation I want to make that I haven't seen made very often? Is that when Donald Trump is in very high pressure situations and everything is going wrong, he loses any ability to have reality tests around him. He begins to push away anybody who tells him the truth, and he doubles down into this false reality, goes deep down the rabbit hole. I have perfect examples. We can talk about the COVID pandemic. Donald Trump wasn't listening to Dr. Fauci during the COVID pandemic. Remember, we were all genuinely begging him to listen to Dr. Fauci, but he wasn't. He was talking about injecting yourself, and he was talking about how it'll go away in 2 weeks. He loses the reality tests around him. He doesn't have walls around him to push back on and feel what's reality and feel what's not, and it gets very dangerous. Perhaps a better example of this would be the 2020 election, when Donald Trump is in moments of high duress and he loses the election, which, by the way, he lost it, absolutely, according to all evidence, all courts, even Republican judges. There was no election fraud. But Donald Trump doubled down and claimed there was, and when the people around him told him otherwise, he pushed them away and he opted for, like, Rudy Giuliani. Literally, he was like, I'm going to listen to Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman over Bill Barr and Mike Pence, my own vice president. And obviously, we disagree with Mike Pence on a lot, but Mike Pence in that situation was kind of just holding the line and saying, hey, we can't steal this effing election because we lost. So with all of this being said, I want to show you some of these clips of Donald Trump melting down in front of reporters last night, because it gives me the exact same vibes. No reality tests around him, doesn't seem to understand the gas price problem, and is tearing down the entire Republican Party as he spirals. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We have been pumping out videos, putting in work. We are going to hit MAGA hard with debate, with facts, and with narrative control. So subscribe below. You can go to adammockler.com to subscribe to our newsletter. And I just want to start off with this news from last night as well. U.S. military port carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas, senior official says, but they claim it's not a restarting of the war. Holy effing weakness. So Iran strikes us, we strike them back, then the United Arab Emirates strikes, then Israel's probably going to strike Lebanon soon again, and then we're claiming the war is still paused. It seems like the United States is looking for an off-ramp at any cost, even if it costs us our standing on the global stage. I'm not saying I want the war to restart, of course, but if we're just going to call it a ceasefire when nobody actually ceased firing, I feel like that's just gaslighting at that point. I feel like that's still a war, right? So to continue, as this is happening, Donald Trump is melting down in front of reporters. Let's start with the main clip of him yelling about Rachel Scott. He says, such a stupid question.
You got a good-looking group back there, fellas, huh?
Mr. President, you aren't here against the backdrop of the war in Iran. Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why? Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe. Beautiful also. This place was a disgusting place. It was Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and we had a terrible disgust. I don't know, you probably don't see dirt, but I do. And you walk down this pond, if you would have walked down, they'll tell you better than anybody. They had to take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that lake, out of that water, and it sat there for years like that. And that's not what our country is about. Our country is about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people, not a filthy capital.
What is the status?
That's such a stupid question you asked. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show. She said,
What does he mean by this? You can understand dirt better than I can, but I don't allow it. I really don't understand the dig there. It's obviously got some, like, misogyny
I
and
do not
racism
like
laced
this
in it
man.
because
Me
he
either,
attacks these
child.
female reporters relentlessly, calling them piggy, terrible people, awful reporters.
they take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that lake, out of that water, and it sat there for years like that.
Smelling like
And
your
that's
ass.
not what our country's about. Our country's about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people,
And you're
not
nasty.
a filthy capital.
What is the
It's
status?
such a stupid question you ask. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC.
And you
Fake
walking
News,
around
and
with a
she's
funky
horror
ass
show.
diaper.
She said,
What does he mean by this? You can understand dirt better than I can, but I don't allow it. I really don't understand the dig there. It's obviously got some, like, misogyny and racism laced in it because he attacks these female reporters relentlessly, calling them piggy,
And you
terrible
can't stay
people,
out of they
awful reporters
dirty
that don't deserve their job, didn't
cookie
deserve their
jar.
position. This dude is
Yeah,
nasty
you can't
as
stay
hell
out
towards
of the dirty cookie jar. You're constantly stealing, putting your funky ass pickle where they don't want it to go. Stealing. Rotten ass, funky ass, dilapidated pickle. Your wife don't even want to fuck with you. Yeah, you got to play with kids. Your Lord, let me eat.
the media because they ask him, why focus on this project while gas prices are soaring? That's literally the question. When I was drawing the analog to COVID and to the 2020 election, I think what's happening now, the analog now in this particular moment, is the rise of gas prices and the economic calamity caused by Donald Trump that he's ignoring. Let's actually check out some of these charts. I find it quite interesting. This
Yeah,
is the
he did a
18-month
mass
average
undoing,
retail
child.
price chart. I mean, that's pretty perfectly
Couldn't
mapping
handle it.
since
Had
when he
an
got in
agenda
office.
to
He got in
steal.
office early 2025, so it'd be around here. And gas prices were steady-handed when Biden left. They were. Things were kind of calming down. Things were much more steady-handed. We got it down to like $3 here and $2.90 here. And then boom, this self-inflicted gunshot wound, shooting himself in the foot. Gas prices spike rapidly to $4. And then at about $4.19, they peak and they drop down, and then they spike again to $4.56. Gas prices are expensive as hell. Americans are having to decide whether they want to drive their kid to school or eat breakfast in the morning because they have to sacrifice one of these things. And of course, they choose to forego breakfast. Americans are having to decide if they want to drive their parent to a doctor's appointment or forego some sort of, activity with their kid. People are canceling their vacations at record rates. It's a really sad state of the economy right now. Here's a map on gasprices.aaa.com. I just think it's very, very interesting to look at some of these. So I'm in Illinois. Average gas price is $4.98. That sounds about right. In Indiana, it's $4.53. Texas, it's $4. Wow. California, $6. Of course, very high. Even red states, even states in the South, are experiencing incredibly high gas prices. I see Virginia at $4.30, North Carolina, $4.20. These are high gas prices, dude. I mean, these are incredibly, incredibly high gas prices.
Yes, I'm obsessed with this bra from Sona Shape. See this? From constant adjustment to bra-free feeling. I love how stretchy and supportive this fabric is. It never irritates my skin, even during a long 12-hour shift. There's no moisture buildup and not a bit of digging or pinching around my ribcage. It just fits perfectly. Unlike traditional brands at the mall, this one has unique strap loops that completely change the game. Finally, I can adjust my straps evenly without the
And I think they're sustained for a while too. That's part of the pain of it, is the sustained high gas prices. Under Biden, when gas prices reached like 380, it was for a week or so and then they dropped. But this is sustained and painful. We then get more repeats of the coronavirus pandemic, but in a rather eerie way. There's a new virus called the hantavirus. There's only a few confirmed deaths across the world. I'm hoping we're able to contain it, but Trump gets asked about this, and his answer is not very reassuring. Lord have mercy.
Our country. Any other
Mr. President, I'm also with ABC News. Can I ask you about the hantavirus? Have you been briefed on the virus?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us what you learned in these briefings?
Well,
Should
I think
Americans...
you're going to be told everything, and you already have. It's very much, we hope, under control. It was the ship, and I think we're going to make a full report about it tomorrow. We have a lot of people, a lot of great people are studying it. It should be fine. We hope.
Should Americans be concerned that it's going to spread? And how are you hoping to get those
I hope not. We'll do the best we can, yeah.
To get the Americans that are on the ship home.
What an absolute joke. There is no way we're looping all the way back to this. We are not going to allow this type of, just delusion from reality to take over our country once again. It was scary during COVID. It was rather terrifying during the 2020 election on January 6th. We thought he was genuinely going to steal it. He was going so crazy. And now he's running into the same thing. He has no connection to reality. Here he gets asked about Project Freedom. This is perhaps the best distillation of this failed war. He launched something called Project Freedom. Then he shut it down within 24 hours because he realized it was a dumb idea and it was risky, and he declared the Strait of Hormuz reopened. Then the next day the war re-sparked. I mean, I just can't, I almost can't do it anymore. Week after week after week, I'm sitting next to these conservatives who are gaslighting me and saying that we're winning, we destroyed their navy, we killed their 86-year-old leader. And week after week after week, we watch as the strait remains closed, as there's more and more fighting, as gunshots and drones and suicide boats that blow up are flying through the Strait of Hormuz. And the war is clearly not over. We're clearly not even winning this war. So it just, it drives me a little bit crazy.
What happened with Project Freedom, Mr. President? Why was that suspended? Administration officials were talking about this being the next phase of the war.
Really wonderful leadership at place. As you know, Pakistan has been fantastic, and their leaders have been fantastic. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And they asked us not to do it. We'll go back to it if we have to. They asked us not to do it during the negotiation.
Are you considering maybe going back to that now that gas prices are more than $4.50?
Well, no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today. The gas
What? Gas prices have not come down. So what is he saying? They've come down substantially today.
Just
is he going to try to isolate this pattern into like a one-day drop or something? Did gas prices drop 1 penny or something? The reality is, if you look at the stats, they did not drop yesterday whatsoever. He's just lying. I like how a reporter can ask a question like, hey, are you going to reconsider this war now that gas prices are spiking? And our president's like, what a stupid question.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not a stupid question. That's kind of that's like the only question that should be asked of the president
That's
right
all.
now.
That's why they got
Here
him in
he's saying
position
that
to say
Iran
stupid
actually
shit like that.
agreed to his demands already, but then they forgot they agreed to his demands.
Has Iran officially responded to the one-page offer?
Well, it's more than a one-page offer. It's an offer that's basically said they will not have nuclear weapons. They're going to hand us the nuclear dust and many other things that we want.
Have they agreed to that so far, Mr. President?
When they agree, it doesn't mean much because the next day they forgot they agreed. And, we're dealing with different sets of leaders.
I have to stay
I have a
home
feeling
and
they didn't
miss
agree.
some
They haven't made any political
of
concessions.
my
And that's
doctor
the question
appointments
that blew
because
everything up
of
last
the high
week.
gas.
I
Oh,
said, winning a
wow.
war doesn't mean you've just killed the bad
So
guy.
I have to
We
make
did that with
sure I
Saddam
have
Hussein.
3
We
appointments
didn't
on the
quite win
same
that.
day.
Winning a war means extracting political concessions via
I'm sorry to
force
hear
from your
that.
opponent. So what political concessions have we gotten from Iran?
None.
I'm genuinely asking. We've gotten none. We've gotten zero. Absolutely nothing. And I'm going to leave it there. I am grateful for our troops. I am pro-America, but I'm pro-America winning. I'm pro-good decision-making, and I'm pro the commander-in-chief actually having some steady-handedness in his decision-making. So
Integrity.
that's very important to make clear. I love you all. Make sure you drop a like and
Okay, baby. Oh. Let me see. What time is it? 7.
prices have come down today. Have you looked?
The latest news from the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment. What do we have, Madison?
Bad number. Asked, how many of you have regularly voted in a midterm election? All right, not everybody. How about this time around? Everybody voting? Just about,
we got to.
all but one. So I'm going to come to you. I want to know what holds you back this time from voting.
Well, honestly, what has been holding me back is I feel like the change that I was expecting from the president himself, I don't feel in my everyday life, which is concerning to me. I still feel, obviously, that prices are very, very, very high. If you're going to the grocery store or just in general, because inflation still exists. Unfortunately, now we have the higher gas prices, which really hurt everyday
So why are
people
you
in their
not going
pocket.
to the pump? To the voting?
And I've voted my entire life, and the frustration right now is
because you don't want to vote Democrat.
Fox News panel with invited voters did not go to plan, especially if you happen to be the sitting president, as the panelists made it abundantly clear how they feel and where they place blame. I'll give you a quote. It's just too expensive to live, and everyone here is feeling it. That's not from a Democratic voter or someone with Trump derangement syndrome, but it's a Fox viewer invited on air to discuss the state of affairs in the country. You see, every now and again on Fox, they'll make a mistake like this because it's not planned, hoping that those they handpick to appear on air agree with their warped view of the president. But it wasn't to be the case, and as a result, Trump took heat over specifically the economy and, quote, very, very, very high prices from many of the voters who appeared on the show.
Unfortunately, now we have the higher gas prices, which really hurt everyday people in their pocket. And I've voted my entire life, and the frustration right now is it's just unbelievable because what really changes? I just feel like that we're kind of kind of steering the ship in the same direction.
That's interesting. So Mary Josephine, you are, describe yourself, I should say, because it's not a party, but it's how you vote, independent. So you're independent from either political party, and you just don't feel strong about any of your choices right now. Susan, are you nodding at me? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think right now the political climate is very divided. I think that as
independent
I'm a Democrat,
works,
but I think that a lot of the independents, they feel left out. Just a classic example, they can't vote in the primaries. So how are you gonna, encourage voter activity if they can't even vote in a primary and they have to wait till November when in New York, the primary already decides who the candidate will be in office.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And my notes have you as a moderate Democrat. I'm just curious, what does that mean to you right now?
I feel, and I had this conversation with Dominic before we came on, I feel like a lot of independents have been disenfranchised. I feel strongly that I register as a Democrat. I was a Bill Clinton Democrat. Bill Clinton was the first president I voted for. And I feel like the Democratic Party has lost its ways. But I don't want to be an independent because then I can't vote in the primary. So I want to stay as a Democrat because I want to be able to vote.
So critical. This is like a fresh perspective this morning because a lot of times independents don't really speak up about that. They just don't vote until they can. But Mary Josephine, you make a good point. You can't even get warmed up to vote because you're not included in that primary process by name. David in the front row, I know you are a Republican. What do you say about this?
Yeah, I think it comes down to priorities. People want to see the messaging, the laws.
The host, Harris Faulkner, spoke to 8 voters. There were 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats, and 2 independents. They all discussed the upcoming midterms on the segment, The Faulkner Focus. And what was a common thread among the voters centered on Trump's struggle to make good on his campaign promises to, quote, end inflation and ease the cost of living. With one of the independent voters stating boldly, Trump, quote, hasn't delivered the change that she expected, which he just hasn't. In fact, he's failed to live up to most of his campaign promises, other than those made to his wealthy friends and donors. Think about it. His promise of, quote, a golden age economy is a far cry from the current reality most are dealing with inflation hovering at around 3.3% year over year, higher than when he entered office.
The latest read from the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment. What do we have, Madison?
Bad number. The number is 48.2 for May. That is a record low. It was expected to slip down to 49.5, but 48.2. We also have some news on inflation, 4.5% increase over the year in inflation. You know, when you look at this number, 48.2, this is the third straight decline and the second record low in a row.
What should Congress do about gas prices at $4.11 national average?
Well, there's nothing we can do. I mean, I don't like to brag about all the expensive places I've been, but earlier today I went to the gas station. Gasoline and diesel fuel and oil is a product of the conflict in Iran.
How do you square that patience with impatience with gas prices under Biden when it at times is $3.30, $3.40?
I don't have to square anything with you, okay?
Politicians should not get a free pass on the ridiculously high energy prices under the Biden administration.
Do you think that the war should stop because of this? How patient can you be?
About energy prices.
Just because gas prices have come down a little bit, they're still really high.
$4.30 gas prices. Do you think the war in Iran has gone on long enough?
Not to mention the price of gas compared to when he took office is way higher, yet it's still somehow Joe Biden's fault as we're almost halfway through Trump's second year in office.
No relief in sight. Gas prices climbing to the highest in 4 years, and the highest since the start of the war with Iran. The national average per gallon is now $4.48, up $1.54 since the war began, an eyebrow-raising increase of more than 50%. A standard SUV that cost about $53 to fill before the war now costs more than $80. That's an additional $27 at the pump, and the average pickup trucks now cost more than $100 to fill, a $35 jump.
And working to make ends meet and to survive.
Lisa McGee is an Uber driver outside Chicago. She says she's now paying double what she paid just a month ago for gas.
I'm working a whole extra day to make up for the gas prices. And I am also working an extra 1 to 2 hours a day.
The average in her state of Illinois, 44 cents higher than the rest of the country. Some stations in Chicago selling regular gas for around $6 a gallon. Gas prices skyrocketing in every state over the past week, the biggest jumps seen around the Great Lakes. And with the Memorial Day travel rush less than 3 weeks away, experts warning it could get worse.
We could be seeing a national average rise to $4.55 to $4.75 by the time Memorial Day rolls around, if the strait continues to be closed. If the strait remains closed, into the month of June, I think by July 4, we'll be at all-time record highs.
And not even the Fox host could completely dismiss the worries of those on the panel. Harris Faulkner noted that an April Gallup poll showed that economic issues are the dominant concern amongst voters. Before then, moving on to a Republican in the panel who said the, quote, focus on the important issues has been off. That's a Republican voter on Fox News echoing the same concerns shared with their Democratic counterparts. And that's a scathing indictment of the president, right? And what is infuriating for most Americans is that Trump simply won't acknowledge it or the impact that he has caused with his flip-flopping tariff policy and the war in Iran. He just downplays concerns as short-term issues, going as far to claim that any polls that show concern from voters on the economy are fake, and he's performing well, actually.
They asked us not to do it during the negotiation.
Are you considering going back to that now that gas prices are
It could, well, no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today.
He's lying.
You know what's happened today? Gas prices are way down, and the stock market is way up today. So gas prices have come down, and I saw today that they broke negatively. In other words, to our positive position, they broke our way very substantially. And when the war is over, gas will fall down at levels that you've never seen before. You'll be down to where you were, maybe even lower. We had it down to, I was in Iowa, and we were at 85, or about 85. What did you say? Yeah, we broke. Yeah,
just lying.
We broke it. We had numbers that nobody's seen in a long time. So you had $2 a a gallon. We were down, I think, to $1.85, $1.90 in Iowa and a lot of other places. Outside of California, where California charges such a high tax on the gasoline, when you take that tax off, but California has a tremendous, I don't know if anybody knows, California.
But the thing is, this is as close to real life Trump voters as you can get. It's Fox News, for Christ's sake. I'd be interested to see how Donald Trump spins this as fake news. What's also notable is the sentiment is shared across the board. Approval of Trump's handling of the economy stands at just 27%, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll. A Washington Post ABC News poll conducted around the same time found that only 23% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of the general cost of living.
You were mentioning the CNN poll of polls, and of course, the poll of polls is made up of individual polls, and one of them that just came out over the weekend was the ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, and you can see it right here. I mean, this just tells the story, right? The lowest net approval ratings ever for the President of the United States. That is approval minus disapproval. The lowest previous record, according to the ABC News Washington Post poll, was Trump was 24 points underwater. That was all the way back in term number one. My beard at that particular point did not have any gray in it like it does today. But guess what? As my beard has turned to gray, Trump's numbers have fallen to a new record low, according to the Washington Post ABC News poll. He is now 25 points underwater on the net approval rating. That is the lowest ever that he has ever been at, and so it's not much of a surprise to me that the CNN poll Post ABC News
is going to make his numbers
25 points underwater on the net approval rating. That is the lowest ever that he has ever been at, and so it's not much of a surprise to me that the CNN poll of polls is reflecting that with the record high disapproval rating.
Wow. And the reality is Donald Trump knows this, hence why he'll go above beyond wars and ballrooms to try to deflect from it. But when the people on the very network that he sits glued to night after night are the ones voicing their concern on the policies that you've implemented, there's only one place to point blame.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free video.
Hold on. Hold on. Are y'all still with me? His son, Baron, is making a... Oh, yeah, he doing inside trading. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all still with me? Or do I need... Okay, let's go here.
I thought that Maga would be front and center. If you'd asked most Fox News voters, viewers, who were Trump voters, if you'd asked them 2 years ago, like, state what you believe on the issues.
I don't know why this thing won't stay up. Yeah, hold on. I'm switching to Tucker. Can I get y'all to hit the like button? Hit those three dots at the top right. M. Grant Marcus Insurance, did you double tap or hit the thumbs up for me, please? That's too high. Hold on.
If you'd asked most Fox News voters, viewers, who were Trump voters, if you'd asked them 2 years ago, like, state what you believe on the issues, I think there'd be pretty close to 100% overlap between you and those people.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't feel like your views have changed.
Mine have never changed, regardless of who the president is or who the speaker is.
But Trump's have changed dramatically. At least the disconnect between what he said he was going to do and what he's doing is shocking.
I when I endorsed him, I thought we wouldn't have a new war. I thought we would get warrants for FISA that they had used to spy on him. I thought that Maha would be front and center at the HHS with Bobby Kennedy there. I thought that we would have sane foreign policy. I thought that where we put America first, that's my definition of sane. I thought we would end our involvement in the war in Ukraine. I thought we would release all the Epstein files and indict some of those SOBs.
His pimp daddy.
And those are all the things I'm still fighting for.
Inside the Silver Star Survival Package, you'll find a covert, all-in-one solar briefcase generator called the Alpha Case Elite. It's fume-free, whisper-quiet, and safe to use inside your home. And because it includes a free solar panel, you don't need gas, extension cords, or even the power grid. That means your fridge keeps running, your phone stay charged, and critical devices.
Do you feel like there's more corruption now than there was?
Oh, what is corruption?
Well, I don't know. It's using the power of the government, in this case the federal government, to advantage your business over others, or using, say, foreign policy. Like the idea that our foreign policy might be used by donors to make money for themselves is a shocking idea.
I think the conflicts of interest are increasing and not adequately disclosed, and that the line between business and government is becoming blurred.
Absolutely.
Let me give you an example. The government's taken a 10% stake in Intel, and they're bragging that they're making money on this. I remember when they took a stake in General Motors and then bragged the same thing. The problem, once you commingle government ownership and private ownership, is that the government is now predisposed to see that company succeed over the companies that haven't given them ownership. In fact, the reputation of the person whose name is on the ballot is at stake if the company does well or doesn't do well. And so if there's any preferences that can be given in contracts with the government, in permits to make buildings, in trade deals, then they go to that company that the government has a stake in. It's fundamentally un-American. And I think I know we're seeing more of that, and I don't think we should embrace it. I think we should reject it.
I had concerns at the beginning of January when the U.S. government overthrew Maduro and arrested him and his wife and brought them to New York. I predict he will not testify in open court because that would not be good for the U.S. government if he did that. But whatever, that happened. And then there was this scramble to get rich off the oil assets of Venezuela. And I noticed that one of the people who's funding the campaign against you now, Paul Singer, one of the richest people in the world already, always eager to get richer for some reason, was involved in a Venezuela-related business deal shortly before that that exercise. Am I misremembering this?
No, this is the one exception. This is why I have to say 95% of the money motivated against me is because of Israel. I've got to reserve 5% for Paul Singer in Venezuela. He's known for buying troubled assets, distressed assets, and then a lot of times destroying the company or leveraging the company to get things, or the country.
Yes.
He's
Argentina.
a big player in this. And it should not be lost on the voters in Kentucky that this billionaire bought Citgo, which was the formerly nationalized oil company of Venezuela, for pennies on the dollar, and completed that transaction just a few weeks before we invaded Venezuela. And it was such a good deal to get this company because it looks like, well, under the current regime and the current rules and the current deals that Citgo has, that this stock is appropriately pennies on the dollar. But it goes from pennies on the dollar to dimes on the dollar, and somebody can triple, quadruple, or get 10 times their money for that distressed asset that they bought at a bargain basement price if the political forces change, and then the U.S. government, in fact, the U.S. military gets involved in making sure that Citgo's assets are safe and can be producing oil and refining it into gasoline. So if you can ask an AI, this is one of the cool things about AI, right? Like if you're sitting at home watching this, ask how much money did Paul Singer stand to make by the U.S. invasion of Venezuela? And it will tell you he stands to make, at least when I queried it, he stands to make more than anybody else on the overthrow of Maduro, and that it could be in the billions of dollars. And this is the guy who's paying for the ad that says, I'm having a throuple with AOC and Ilhan Omar, and running the AI of it in Kentucky so that the older people who still think that AI is artificial insemination for their cattle are going to wonder how that was created with artificial insemination. And that's like from start to finish. That's the corruption. There it is. And they're going to try to buy this seat. And if they get away with it, it's like this is a referendum. I don't think you're going to vote your way out of this. If I lose, I think it's bleak.
Well, yeah, because it means that people with business before the government can use part of their proceeds to crush anyone who questions the deals that they're benefiting from.
Correct. And it's happening.
My concern is that this is an even bigger concern with what's happened in the current administration. If the lesson is that no matter who you vote for, things stay the same or get worse, then there's no pressure relief valve for the society and people get radical.
Let me give you another example of where this is happening with these data centers. So twice I have seen and stopped special provisions from being inserted into U.S. law to help data centers over all other types of businesses. In the big, beautiful bill, Marjorie Taylor Greene and I noticed that there was a couple pages that would give immunity for these data centers, like all state law, but also went down to the local level, including planning and zoning.
They better start asking
So,
for
in other words,
money,
they
then
were
they're
trying
going
to
to
get
get
in the
laid
big,
off,
beautiful
naturally,
bill, a
Norris.
federal law that wouldn't just trample states' rights, abilities to regulate AI, but it would trample your local
work
city
from home.
commission or planning commission or county commission from being able to decide
I mean,
where
we're going to
the
have to start taking a
smokestacks and the
stand
cul-de-sacs go
and choosing
and
our
keeping them
losses,
separate.
man, because
And so
they got
we
a whole
fought
plan.
and got that taken out of the bill. The margin of passing the big, beautiful bill was so slim that we were able to insist that they take that out there. Marjorie withheld her vote until they took it out. And then most recently, in the Judiciary Committee, which has no jurisdiction over the EPA, I was sitting there in a markup. That's where you bring like 8 bills in front of the committee, and you're going to sit there for several hours, and you're going to debate and amend the bills in the Committee of Jurisdiction. And like the 6th bill out of 8 was to give immunity from lawsuits, from environmental lawsuits, to data centers. And then
immunity for data centers?
For data centers. So I leaned over to a few of the Republicans on that committee, and they said, "Did you see this bill? What is this bill about?" And then I asked Grok, I'm like, what 5 companies would benefit the most from this bill? And I mean, that's the great thing about AI. It said Oracle, Amazon, AWS, like it gave you 5 companies. Now, Grok didn't incriminate itself. I didn't expect it would, but Grok probably benefits from data centers.
You think?
So I'm surprised it was as honest as it was to me. And so what I did is in real time in this hearing, I tweeted that these are the 5 companies that are going to benefit from this special provision of law if it happens. I also said that, look, there's 8 environmental laws here that it cites, and I may not even agree with these environmental laws, but if we're going to give a reprieve, if we're going to give anybody relief from it, we need to give farmers and factories relief.
You gave it to, what was
house
that?
builders,
Argentina.
the same kind of relief that you're proposing to give the data centers. Like, this is
What was
un-American.
it?
This
Bibi
gets to,
Netanyahu
is it
brother.
corruption or not? I think it's corruption by definition for corporations to be able to insert this. It's an environmental provision having to do with data centers, but they figured out a way to get it through Judiciary Committee. And then I drafted a provision.
Wait, where was Jim Jordan?
He was chairing the hearing. But he, to his in his defense, he may not have been looking very closely at this.
The chairman of the committee might not have read the legislation. Okay.
Well, he does have to farm out some of this stuff. I drafted an amendment in real time. You try to think of creative ways that would brain damage the cronyism that they're trying to achieve. And I thought, they probably want to build these data centers in farms and farmland. And so I drafted an amendment that said, okay, if this bill passes, excluded is any data center built in farmland, which if I had gotten that successfully passed, right, which I think would have been a popular amendment, and I probably could have got enough votes for it. And then once it's in there, the data center guys are like, screw it, we don't even want this now. We were going to build these into all the farms. That was the whole purpose of the bill, to screw up the environment on the farmland, right? You just screwed the whole bill.
This is so dark.
So here's where I'll defend Jim Jordan.
So
he had the good sense to pull the bill before we got to it.
Good.
So it got pulled from the hearing. But I don't know that it would have happened if I hadn't got in there and started blowing the whistle. So what's going to happen if I lose? I don't think anybody would have been there that day to stop that provision, to kill it in the crib before it made it to the floor of the House. On the glyphosate thing, I don't know that if we could have rallied Maha and let enough people know about it to get that done. Certainly the Prime Act wouldn't be in the Farm Bill. There are lots of things, good things, that won't happen if I'm not there, and bad things that will happen if I'm not there, and that's why I'm running.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on.
Okay, y'all ready to switch over? Do I have Candace's name in there? Yeah, I got a live set at 7:30. Y'all ready to? I'ma end this one, and it's gonna take you straight to that live. Oh, let me make sure I got everything set up right. I may not. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So we won't have all of them. Hello. So we won't have all of them. Stragglers. Coming in trying to be disruptive, and no, I did not have it set up. I really want to change the picture. Y'all ready to move over? Hit the like button, y'all. So you don't have to go nowhere. Stay right here. When I end it, it's going to take you to that live that I got set at 7:30. Do I have it public? Yes. We go to teacups. What just happened? Okay, meet me over there, y'all. Stay right here. It's gonna lead you over there.